This is a message to all supporters. A message to all freedom fighters, to all dissenters, to all forgotten. A call to all intellectuals, to all journalists. A call to all freethinkers. A call for intelligence. This is a call to all poets. A call to the strong and the weak. A call to all young people. To the wise, to the astucious. We want you to join us. We are on the streets of Tokyo. In the skyscrapers of New York. In the lanes of Paris. In the cellars of Munich. On Moscow's icy places. On the cobbled streets of Dublin. This is a call to all people. To the youth. Join us in the fight for freedom of information. Search for us, and you will find us. We are among you. We are you. Everyone you speak with can be a member of Anonymous. We have no leaders, only an orientation. We have no targets, only results. You cannot stop us, because we are an idea. We cannot be eliminated, because we are invisible. If you try to mock us, we will mock ourselves. If you try to slander us, we will accept the defamation. We are the king's gestures with daggers. We are the dancing bear which tears to pieces the laughing mob. We are Anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us, just as we expect you.
You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up.
Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life.
It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line.
Of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
And I was talking with my microphone off. Welcome to Anonymous Bites Back episode. God, I don't even know which episode this is. We're past
August
hundreds.
28th,
Yeah,
27th.
we're August 27th or the 28th, depending on where you are. Um, but sorry about the long delay. We have lost ABB. Twitter. I RT'd it on one of my accounts. A lot of
We've
us.
lost our personal too, yeah.
Yeah. AK lost his account. A few.
So did Amber. Amber lost hers as well. It's just obvious that they're targeting us. I don't know why. I don't know who exactly is targeting us or what's going on, but I will say that earlier this week, or no, I'm sorry, last week, right before Julian Assange's court hearing, where he was indicted again on further charges, they kind of locked out my account, Mark's account, ABB was suspended, Unity for J was locked out, some other Unity for J admins, they were locked out. Like, I believe Kitty Hundle had her account locked out as well. There was a whole bunch of people who had their accounts locked out. That's the main point. And it's like, it's so obvious, like, that whoever's doing this, they did it because of Julian Assange, because it happened right before that. And whoever did it, they had to have knowledge of what was going to happen during that. Unless they just kind of did it because, oh, okay, well, it's right before Julian Assange's court hearing, we're going to shut him up, like something like that. I mean, I don't know for sure, but it just seems obvious that it was done because of that.
Yeah, yeah. I honestly don't know why ABB would say we violated terms of service, and it really wasn't really any explanation why we were kicked off. But there goes to. And it's really not about followers. It really isn't. It just really what I'm really more pissed off about is building up an account with years and years of videos, and now they're scattered over several different streaming medias. That's okay. We're ABB. We've done this before. We're not really about follower accounts or whatever the hell. We're just about getting the information out there. Really, we've destroyed this shit and built it back up several times. I don't know.
In general, I mean, it's about reach, and when they do that, they take away your reach, at least for temporarily. I mean, obviously, we have our little tricks of the trade that for building accounts, and I'm not going to say them or anything because I would love for them to not censor some of the tricks that we have for building accounts. But I mean, it's just a pain in the ass. And like you said, it's about putting in the blood, sweat, and tears for building accounts for however many years, like for me, it took 2 years to build that other account. And for the old one, it was like 9 years. So, I mean,
Oh yeah. Yeah, to any of our followers, there are some tricks to the trades, and I don't know. Maybe I should just put a name out there. Just look up Banff. The same can be applied to any account.
yeah, well, let's not say anything about tricks of the trade because I don't want any of that. I don't want any of those methods fucking obsolete for building accounts and like. So let's see what topics do we have here. Starting off, I guess we talked about hurricane because that's the biggest thing that it's kind of happening right now. I mean, besides the protest and riots happening in Wisconsin, the hurricane, it's a Category 4. It's done ridiculous damage. I don't know if you've seen it or not.
Yeah, Lake Charles is trashed. Lake Charles, Louisiana is trashed. And I think it's something about a chemical plant blew up as it came on shore.
Yeah,
A part of it did.
yeah, I saw that as well. Chemical plant is the worst fear that at least it wasn't a nuclear plant, but a chemical.
Yeah, so I don't know. Did they get like the 59 inches like they were expected?
I'm not too sure about that one. I know that the hurricane completely wrecked cities and towns. Like there's going to be like dozens and dozens and dozens of bodies.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm a little delay. I'm going to tweet it out now, the show, but I'm also going to drop it in the Discords because that's going to give us extra listeners.
Okay.
But that'll probably get us more listeners than Twitter because Twitter's trying up the ass.
Well, the Discord has 3,500 active people now. I think it will give us some listeners. We have some other Discords too, like the Top Acta 2-1. So, yeah, it's going to work.
Sorry, I do have a topic, and this one is affecting me and my family overseas. USCIS. I don't know. Try not to get involved in government agencies, but this one kind of hit home because I have family overseas, and we've been paying excessive amounts of money to try and get them over here, and they almost fired 70% of their employees on 2 days ago. It was nowhere mentioned in any of the fucking news. Everybody's focused about this fucking presidential election. I can give a shit less about what fucking puppet is up there. But there's 2.4 million displaced families because of this. They increased the fees 50%, almost 200% on some of them. I just don't understand how you can have an agency that has an $800 million spending budget and doubles their fees, and they still can't keep their fucking doors open. What the fuck? This is like the epitome. Like this is like the fucking post office. We knew 6 months ago that the post office wasn't going to be running. We knew about 8 months ago about this about the immigration was this shit was happening. Like what the fuck is going on behind the scenes that nobody's seeing? Is there mismanagement of money? Are we paying pensions? Where the fuck is all this money going?
It's because there's so much unemployment that's happening right now that the states are actually having problems paying out people at the moment. So the government is kind of borrowing more money. The states are borrowing more money from the federal government. And in that effect, there's less money going around the federal government to fund other efforts. And with everything kind of happening right now, the economy is kind of imploding and collapsing. And it's obvious, but people don't see it because they just see the stock market keep going up. But if you pay attention, you would see that although, or I meant clock, not calendar.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just getting to the point where they've increased the fees, they've increased everything. I have no fucking idea what the fuck. I don't know. It's almost as though there's this author that I've shown around to people who kind of don't understand what's going on. There's a guy. I don't promote any kind of literature you got to pay for. You can look it up. It's called The Fate of Empires: A Survival Guide. It's a 45-page essay or dissertation paper by a PhD who studied empires and basically gave them the classes. And this is typically what we're seeing, in the American globe, or even world. You're seeing the end of an empire, but there's it's happening in more than just the United States. But what Americans are seeing right now is the fall of an empire. And if you think this shit show is bad, you should see next year. You know what I mean? I don't know anything about what's going to happen in the future. I really don't. But the way it's looking right now, things are not looking any like they're going to get better anytime soon. I hear crickets.
Chirp, 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 chirp.
Burp, burp.
Sorry. I do go on rants, but I mean, some people will say it's the banker's fault. It's it's um it's this guy's fault. It's the Zionist's fault. It's none of the above. This is just it might all be designed, but it definitely at the seams looks like a fucking shit show. Just years in the making.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
He drifted off. Well, no, it has to be planned, Charlie, because why is the first thing that you need? Because you have this virus floating around. Why all of a sudden do you need $6 trillion? And then we don't get to know where it go. The little guy doesn't. Even Congress doesn't get to know where the money go, what it's for. You know, it's just like this is the 10-year ripoff. Every 10 years, it's like they have to rip off the little guy and the Treasury, for some bullshit. But here we are again.
Yeah, this is like the most. I don't know. I've heard leading economists say that to pay off the national debt, it would take more than 3 generations to pay it off. But each year, it just gets higher and higher and higher and higher. Like, what is it at? Like, what we're past the 20s, right? Or I think we're in the 30s now, right?
I just
Yeah.
linked you to the debt clock.
26.
Go look at it, and you'll just be like, "Holy shit!"
Hold on.
Well,
What is
this is
in
good
real
for
data?
Obama because Trump is making Obama look like he was actually thrifty. I mean, he's spending money like twice at Obama's rate. This is crazy.
Oh
He's
yeah,
spending, there's trillion a month, and then you're like, for what? You're trying to prop up an economy that you just destroyed for no good reason. I mean, what kind of moron does that?
Are we really at $100 trillion?
yep,
Oh no, wait. Oh fuck, wait.
Unfunded.
yeah, yeah.
26,
Exactly.
26, 26, 26.
26.
That's we're at the 26. Okay. All right. That was
Yeah,
that's yeah.
you're reading the wrong one, but yeah, yep. That's the total debt right now, and it keeps on increasing as you watch that. And that's live, like that's real, that's legitimate. But yeah, man, like Trump has completely destroyed the economy, more so than Bush and Obama combined.
Yeah, he's running numbers. I mean, this trillion a month, and that's ridiculous. Like, where is it going for what? I mean, they're buying all these bonds and everything. This is like '08 in a lot of ways. You're buying and other, paper, trying to, float up the economy, falsely. And it's a total waste of money. Why are you doing it?
Well, you got to understand also, Trump completely deregulated Wall Street. First, he did a soft deregulation, and then after the whole coronavirus thing, he did a full deregulation of Wall Street. So Wall Street's completely deregulated, and they're allowed to do their fraud techniques, spinning and dumping, and all of that jazz. Buying up companies, like all the little tricks that Wall Street does. And I'm not saying like buying up companies is wrong, but what they do to do it is fraud. I'm not saying all, but a lot of the businesses that they did it to is fraud. So you have to understand like what's going on now with the economy going up. With Wall Street going up. The reason why is because it's completely deregulated. It's like a Wild West market again. So it's just going to be a big bubble until it pops. And when it pops, that's kind of when I think the economy is going to catch up and collapse. That's kind of the way I see it. We're getting there.
You're at the end of the tail end of the PPP loans, probably people's bank accounts and credit cards. You can't keep it going. I mean, how many? We got 40 or 50 million people who lost their job through all this, and he turns around and tries to tell you how many lives he saved because he fucked everything up.
I mean, here's the thing. He knew in January that it was airborne, and he could have closed things down in late January. I put it out here on ABB and also on my Twitter account, literally leaked a congressional meeting, a secret congressional meeting, with high-level officials as well, where they said that the virus was very likely airborne. And Trump ignored that. He did fucking nothing. If he would have just shut down the country in January, it never would have gotten as bad as it was. And, you don't even really have to shut down the whole country. All you got to do is shut down the traveling. As soon as all of that started coming out of China, they should have shut down the travel to and from China and also to other countries, because they knew they had a heads up on it of what was going on in China. And, they could have shut down the traveling and everything. And that would have saved not only the U.S., but other countries as well. If all of the countries just shut down travel, we wouldn't have had to have everything else. He destroyed the economy by completely shutting things down and yeah.
Well, it's retarded. Because, there's no... Okay, even... You never shut down an economy. You don't shut an economy down during a war. You never shut it down for these other pandemics that have happened. What was different about this time? And plus, it's all fake numbers and everything. They've had to make believe this because the numbers aren't there. So what's this fraud all about? Stealing $6 to $8 trillion more? That's what it looks like to me. You just need an excuse to steal money and run everybody out of business. Basically, just a bunch of communists now. Whether you're a Republican or Democrat, everybody seems to love their free checks and shutting business down and people lose their job. It's like no big deal. It's just like, well, hey. It's really, to me, it's disgusting. You degrade into this disgusting culture that accepts that now.
In some ways, people are kind of begging for government assistance and happens. I mean, it's really a dangerous road to walk.
Okay.
Because then government things and implement. Yeah, I get.
Yeah, I know you switch to super slow and then it goes to super fast again. I don't know. But I actually had something important, like me and you, like me and AK, we discussed it before that we know about these plans for like 2030, right? And the whole entire conspiracy world and all the alternative media always said about the plan for 2030, and now it's 2020, and suddenly everything is happening. And it's not just one thing; it's the economy, and it is this weird disease everywhere, and it's all happening at the same time. And to be honest, if you look at it like in a professional way, it sounds like a 10 years plan just started. It's just an opinion.
In regards to that, and again, like the surveillance is really the biggest thing. This crazy surveillance that they're pushing, and the robots coming in now are taking over our jobs. That's like the surveillance and the robot stuff. That's all kind of what the elitists were pushing for years ago. And the robot stuff is actually, I believe.
Yeah, but now with the whole lockdown thing, you're also pushing people towards the AI and the digitalized system. You make everything becomes digitalized now. Like, look at the richest people in the world. You saw like Zuckerberg gaining like more money than he ever made before during the pandemic. And you have Amazon making more money than ever. Everyone is ordering from Amazon. Everyone is on Facebook all day. Everyone is like, they're making so much money, these people now. And while the normal businesses in the streets and stuff are going bankrupt, we're moving towards a digitalized super system. And it's happening, I think, right now.
Yep.
And surveillance and IoT and stuff that's only adding to that. Like you have now the 5G high quality cameras everywhere soon. A control system like in an Orwellian way, like registering your faces and everything, voices on the streets, and social distancing so they can clearly see you, right? Everything is happening at once.
Yeah.
So is the COVID hoax 1984 finally over in Europe, or what's going on over there?
I can't travel to the UK without going 14 days in quarantine. Like we're put on the red list right now. But in mainland Europe, yeah, it's actually fine. You can just travel anywhere. But no, you can't even go to the UK after 14 days quarantined. And I'm planning to go there for the Assange case, and not even knowing how I'm going to do that. This is September 7th, so 2 weeks. I can't make that. To get somewhere close to it, I guess. Then about that case, I'm not even sure if it will continue. I think he will be arrested first day, and then it will be postponed till after the elections. But yeah. No, it's sad. It is like everywhere still.
Yeah, I keep on hearing he's gonna pardon him, and he should have been out. He's already done his time. That's the thing. He's already done his time allotted for the FTA he had for not showing up to court, which was 1 year. So
Yeah,
now
and
holding him for. Go ahead.
no, you're totally right, and like I was just thinking, but he's in Belmarsh prison, and there is 20 people in there for sex crimes with children. Like and 4 out of those are convicted for rape of the young children. There is 37 people in there who are convicted of other serious sex crimes, right? And there's actually 2 people in Belmarsh who earlier this year tried to murder their cellmates. Literally. In Belmarsh, they tried to murder. I think they actually successfully murdered their cellmates, but they're prosecuted for that. And they're like literally in jail for murder there. In other prisoners. And then Assange is in there. And for what? For being a fucking journalist. He's among the worst of the worst people, and that is like, it sickens me seriously.
Well, Belmarsh is basically the UK's Gitmo.
Yeah.
That's what it's known as.
Yeah, it is. And it has room for like 900 people. But the people who are in there are the worst of the worst criminals. They're like sick, sick
Absolutely.
people.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not like a basic prison. Like if you go to prison here, you can just watch DVDs and stuff. And all the people there are just like hanging around and doing some fitness stuff and talking all tough to each other. But there are like actually literally murderers. And he shouldn't be there in any case. And like Tyler says, his sentence is already over. I mean, for skipping bail is only a year, and you only have to do like 80% of that, so that's over. And then it is okay. So the extradition thing was cancelled. Apparently, there's a new extradition request, meaning the entire case has to be done again. Like it has to be a reset. It can't be at the exact same date. It makes no sense in the legal system. And second, he's officially not even arrested for the new charges. He's not officially arrested. So he's in prison without being arrested right now. So it makes no sense at all. That's a Gitmo thing, I guess, AK.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, his estranged girlfriend was able to visit him this week. I don't know if anybody caught on to that with his kids. You guys know about that?
Stella Morris. By the way, his kid looks exactly like him.
Yeah, they're definitely his kids. They look exactly like him. Yeah.
She seems to be doing great. I mean, she became like an activist on Twitter and stuff, and she does a lot of work. Actually, like she's really involved.
Yeah,
Surprising
somebody went after her recently. His mother put out a post that somebody had cloned her account.
We know who that was, right?
Oh, really? Her again?
Clones all.
Oh yeah, that's our favorite person, Miss General Sands.
Yeah.
Why doesn't she just disappear in like a psych ward where she belongs? I mean,
somebody's fucking paying for her, obviously. I mean, it's, at this point, it's fucking obvious, man.
how many domains does she own? Like I don't even know how she even bought those domains. Those are some high-end, high-priced domains, obviously.
Oh, we know how. We know how. I mean, come on.
Yeah, she can't even design a website properly. I don't. It's just like when you look at any of her web pages, it's like a bunch of garbage. Really?
It's kind of like that OS. What was it, Temple OS that you did?
Oh yeah, that guy was actually like he, believe it or not, he was a coding genius. He literally got a whole operating system, including games and everything, like 3-dimensional shooting games, all sorts of stuff. Like
back then, I guess it was an achievement, but it looked like crap though.
I know, but it's still amazing how he could fit all that in 2 megabytes. It's like that's like amazing.
For sure, yeah. But you also have to know that, like, or you have to remember that he didn't have like internet connectivity in that OS either. So I mean, all of that type of stuff, it would have, if you added a browser and fucking internet connectivity, it would have made it a lot bigger.
Yeah, unfortunately, Terry Davis fucking died a homeless person. He started hearing voices shortly after he left MIT. Yeah, because he was great. He was a great coder, mathematician, and he just lost his marbles. He actually died homeless in the streets.
Yeah, I know. I shouldn't have made the joke.
Yeah.
You mad about the
But
joke.
he actually thought that his random number generator that was built into every one of his code was this Jewish prophecy about the third temple, and he was really just hearing voices, and he coded most of that stuff from library computers, believe it or not.
Guys, is my voice louder now? The listeners, can you hear me better? Some people complain. Okay.
Yeah, you're a lot louder now.
So what do you guys thought about the Kenosha protests? Anybody?
Oh yeah, explain a bit about that.
Yeah, I'd love to jump in that. That's a great topic. People are burning down their own fucking cities.
That's what I was saying.
The ironic thing about this, and I'm gonna get shit for it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. The ironic thing about this is that a guy was shot by a cop who was an African American, right? And these protesters and rioters, I guess I won't say the protesters, the rioters, the people who are participating in rioting, and not peaceful protesting, they're actually burning down black-owned businesses. Majority of the buildings that they've been burning down are actually owned by black families and black owners. Like, you can't say black. You can't say I'm for black.
Where'd you go?
I'm not saying it's everybody, obviously. I mean, there are peaceful protesters out there, but the ones that are choosing to burn down family businesses, just know that majority of those are actually owned by an African American family or an African American owner. So,
for me, it's not about race. This isn't even about race. People put their blood, sweat, and tears in every dime into some of these businesses. So I watched an old man live streaming. He got a fire extinguisher and he's trying to help. He's trying to like stop his like furniture shop from getting like burned down. And he puts a fire extinguisher in there, and somebody gets the fire extinguisher, like clocks him over the side of the head, tries to beat the living daylights out of him for trying to like stop his own business from burning down. I mean, I
saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that.
What the fuck is going on? This is like I'm all for protesting. I'm all for this, but I said this several times. When you're burning down your own city, what are you doing? Like, I can understand the police department, I can understand the other stuff, but like,
I can understand the courthouse, the police department, corrections.
Yeah, exactly. But like when you start burning down, your mom and pop shops, that's their primary source of income. What are you doing at this point? Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's exactly how I feel about it too. And the only reason I brought up race is because I just think it's ironic that they're protesting the killing of an African American man. I'm sorry, not killing.
He's not dead yet, right? He's still in the hospital and like ICU.
No. He's in the hospital. I made a mistake. Yeah, he's in the hospital. He's paralyzed. The cop story is that he had a knife. There is one frame that suggests he might have had a knife, but it's not very clear, so you can't really go off of it. But it looks like he's holding a karambit in the picture. I could be wrong, obviously, and it might be an actual like keychain or something like that. But the thing is, like, there's video. There's 2 videos. What are you?
Another stimulating conversation.
Yeah. Someone in the YouTube chat says the guy sounds he's drunk. Sorry, okay, you can't help it. I know. It's the connection thing.
Did you say I sound like I'm on drugs?
No,
Yeah, it does.
Time for a headset upgrade.
It's not a headset upgrade. It's a fucking internet up.
The thing is, on Telegram, like it's perfect. It's like only happens to Discord. I don't know why it is. Like, yeah.
There has to be some weird bug between whatever operating system you're using, and I don't know. I know they're not perfect on every platform. Yeah, and then we have what was his name? I saw this last night. Kevin Rittenhouse. Yeah, Kevin Rittenhouse. I don't. There's very few situations where I'm not one side or the other. I have no idea what the fuck is going on right there. I mean, like, yeah, he killed like 2 people, but I'm unsure exactly what was going on, why he killed the first guy. You know, like I don't know, all I know is that he's probably never gonna see the light of day. I'll tell you that. Blew another guy's arm off. Almost blew it on off. And what the hell is a 17 doing with the?
He shot a guy.
Yeah, he shot a kid. Yeah, he shot one kid in the head, another kid in the stomach. He's dead.
No, chest.
Yeah, chest, and blew off another guy's arm. Yeah, almost. I don't know if he'd be able to save it. And then, like what? First of all, he's 17. All right. He was in Antioch, Illinois. I have no idea how he got his hands on an AR in Illinois. I mean, that's pretty weird. I mean, not like people don't have them, but it's generally not a gun-friendly state. So I'm not. I mean, unless it was like semi, but by damage to that, it looked like he was shooting 5.56 and not the downgraded 22. So he had full Winnebago there. So I mean, even whoever, there's a lot of unanswered questions that need answering, and I'm pretty sure his parents are gonna be brought into this as well. Because I saw a lot of evidence of him having this gun, or some guns he probably wasn't even allowed to have at some point.
Yeah. Also, this kid's page, but before it got pulled, It was literally filled with like white supremacist content, fucking misogyny, a whole bunch of other shit, and also Blue Lives Matter stuff, especially for the Blue Lives Matter stuff.
No, I didn't know anything about the racist stuff. I just got whatever's popping up my feed.
Yeah. It seems about this 17-year-old kid and the Antifa claim he's a boogaloo.
Oh god, he's too young. Come on now.
Yeah, the Boogaloos don't want to claim him, and they say like, no, he's not with us. So that there's been some infighting. I'm not even sure if I should even say this on air, but yeah, they were a little fighting about this in some chats. But at least the Antifa's claim it's a Boogaloo, but they don't want to claim it. They don't want to credit him for that, or I guess I don't know too much about it. Like, there seems to be some stuff going on there behind the scenes, I guess.
Yeah, I've seen the post left and right on Twitter about that. But he did have some very interesting posts that would lead you to think that he was possibly being groomed by white supremacists. That's
Well, he had pictures of him as a young kid with the same AR style rifle with a silencer, and I don't know where he was living, but I'm just saying Illinois, even back then when he was like what, looks like he's 7 or 8, still probably wouldn't be able to get that gun very easily on your hands, and his dad is a cop, so I'm just saying.
Yeah.
His parents are gonna have some answering to do. Yeah.
That is a possibility, to be honest. That his dad's a cop, or someone in his family is a cop.
Oh, I thought it was
because he had
was
a Lives Matter thing, and like, I don't.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
And so I've heard that riots or protests in Denver are restarting. Do you guys know anything about that?
What? God, I didn't know.
Yeah, they've had quite I would say a huge protest going on for, similar to Portland, but I'm pretty sure it's gotten worse because I had some family that were in the Longmont area. They decided to get the fuck out of Denver. They're like, fuck this, And they're big time lib, so it must be bad because they love lib.
Like 5 days ago, that was the only time I was seeing anything on it. But wait, no. Okay, yeah, you're right. There are. I didn't know any of that was going on.
Yeah, I'm not getting this from any public post or something, but
yeah, I'm really digging just even finding it.
Yeah, I got a personal feeling that the protest will probably increase up to the elections at least. There is some.
And if Trump wins, like, it's gonna be hell. Fucking hell in the U.S. It's gonna be ridiculous.
I guess the alternative is not much better, but yeah, no, I get what you mean. Putting up the worst candidate against Trump, too.
Yeah. What, you don't like that?
No, I don't.
Oh god,
it's weird.
I can't fucking control it, man. Like,
have you tried using Discord on like a phone? Might work. Yeah, it's like
Maybe.
seeing the election this year is like watching. It's like deja vu of um 2016. It was like choice between idiot number one or idiot number two. I don't know. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, but it's not really idiot number one or two.
Yeah, I mean,
Plenty of idiots until you get them old people in Congress out of there. Nothing's going to change.
exactly. Um. So yeah, the Belarus protests, those were nuts. I mean, the whole election, and 80% goes to the dictator. That's crazy. Um,
Feel bad sometimes, like in the US, like you have like these worst possible candidates, right? And they're not even doing an effort to keep the whole scam up, right? I mean, like at least in European countries, they're doing some effort to keep like the illusion up that you have free choice. They really don't have it anymore, but they keep the illusion up. So you have like many different parties you vote for, but like in the US, like putting up a guy like Biden versus Trump, like is there even a choice you have? Like, what is the difference between these people? That Kamala Harris too, like more prisoners. Like this is just the same thing. Like boosting the commercial prison complex, like the military industrial complex, like the exact same thing again. Like, what is up with all of that? They're not even doing an effort anymore.
Well, it's a criminal empire, Mark. I mean, you have to, once you get your head on straight about what America really is, then it all makes sense. It's a criminal enterprise. Government, all these corporations.
You know what happened to them hiding it? I mean, you have 350 million people. Aren't they scared or anything? Like, don't you think like 350 million people can stop it? Because you can actually, but yeah.
Well, they could. Yeah, you got plenty of guns. I mean, but the problem is nobody will get up off their ass. That's the problem.
Yeah,
you're right. They keep thinking that it's going to be okay. They give them Q. You push Q out there and tell them to follow the plan, and they'll follow the plan, even if it's a shitty one.
Yeah, but imagine having such big egos and feeling so untouchable that you're facing a 350 million people, all armed with guns, and you still feel you're in total control. Then you must have been doing something right.
Yeah, you're just not a true psychopath. We're gonna have to work on that, and then you can understand the frame that they're coming through here.
See, that's a good point. They're so used to their little different community, right? They're playing golf together and stuff, and they're hanging out only in these specific places with their own people that they're like so distanced from the rest of society. True.
Yeah, it's just the things they say.
They
I mean,
really
you just listen to them. It's like they don't even seem to care. Like all these people losing their job, and they go, "Oh, there's a slight bit of concern. Oh, well, yeah, well, things are a little tight right now. To tighten our belt." It's just the stupid shit they say, man. You just like you don't even realize that, and you did it all for nothing. It's all fake and a hoax, right? So, it's like it's just stunning, really. The level of stupidity going on. I have to say, I mean, this is like the worst election ever. I mean, you have truly scraped the bottom of the barrel with these candidates. I mean, this is it. And all to make Trump look good. I mean, you had to get, and you asked what the difference is. There actually isn't any. With Trump, you get a Zionist and a pedophile. With Biden, you get a Zionist and a pedophile. They don't care which one you pick. They've selected them, and now you get to pretend like you're electing them. So just keep pretending.
Well, it's the same thing as when they come out with the $600 a week for unemployment, no matter if you made $50 a week or $75 or $700 a week. That all equals out to that $15 an hour they've been pushing. And even Trump was on board that. So, they're all coming from and drinking out of the same well.
Yeah.
Yeah, somehow in their presentation, well, especially this year with these virtual, it's like you're just, well, it's just all fake, right? I mean, it's it's not even real anymore. You don't have delegates and actually vote, uh, have any kind of contested election or anything. It's all very scripted, and we just all get to. And I'm sure, if somebody it disagrees, well, we can just, easily delete him off the internet. That's a lot easier than having to throw some guy out of the convention and have the cameras have to swing over, do something like that. They don't care, man. They don't even care to give you good propaganda. And that's what we're paying for. I mean, if we're paying for propaganda, I want to see good propaganda.
Yeah, do some fucking effort.
Yeah, you can't just sit there at your desk. I mean, come on, you have all this time. I mean, create some, try to fool me, I mean, give it your best shot.
I mean, the problem is they don't have to fool you anymore. It's out the open.
No, I mean, how many times have they proven, you can, I mean, Obamacare, most people did not want Obamacare, but it doesn't matter what you want. They're shoving it through, Same thing this time. It's like, hey, most people don't want to do this. It doesn't matter. You're going to wear a mask, lose your job, and, we are going to, shut down your business. So, get lost slave, get on the plantation. That's what they're. You can join the Republican plantation, or you can continue to be on the Democrat plantation. It's your choice.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. It's true. I mean, they're keeping you in the same plantation, whatever happens. Like, you can just choose your color of. Yeah, like you can choose your outfit you're wearing while being on the plantation, and it can be red or blue, but yeah, you're still going to be on the plantation. Like, there's no way out of it.
Maybe you can choose a pick or a shovel. It's your choice.
Yeah. The discussion I had it with many people, and that it's always like, yeah, and we have to choose this one over the other, and but to the rest of the world, honestly, like we've been dealing with half a century of offensive wars all over the world. Like 60 countries were bombed by the U.S. military establishment. I'm not saying the Americans, because it's a specific establishment doing it, and they're always throwing the same bombs. No matter what color you choose, these bombs always have the same color, and it's like this color of death, right? This is the color of death. It's like that's all it has, and it's never changing. And you talk about Vietnam and like a Gulf of Tonkin incident, like moving into Vietnam, like without a real reason, and murdering hundreds of thousands of people. Some say like millions, but then you go on to all these other countries, and it's really so bad that it is even possible. And they're just going to continue. Like, to be fair, Trump has kept it a little on the down low, like some minor fights, but the next one, or maybe even Trump himself in the next 4 years, will be another war. There'll be more wars, more killing. And the normal people pay for it, right? With their military budget, which is simply just moving people moving money from the normal people into the hands of like Lockheed Martin and Boeing, which are all commercial enterprises. Like, they're just receiving this money, tax money, and they become bigger and bigger. And they don't even pay taxes themselves, I think. There's all these offshore constructions. It is insanity, complete insanity.
Yeah, you can't say it any better than that.
Yeah, no, it's like it becomes so easy now to see it, right? I mean, look at it like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, people would declare you crazy for even mentioning these things. But now, I think normal people see it too. I think they are noticing what's going on now. They don't even know how to stop it anymore, but they see it. Like, I think that's around Occupy and around a little before that with 2008 with the financial collapse, when all these big banks were like stealing all our money and then They were bailed out with tax money. And then after that, I think it was some form of wake up among people. At least I hope so. But the people I speak to on the streets, they would declare me crazy like 10, 15 years ago. And now they say like, yeah, it's just true. There's just criminal bankers behind the scenes doing this. Yeah.
Yeah, and like the biggest thing is Skull and Bones Club. I mean, most people think that that's like fake. No, there's literally a club at Yale where they sit in a coffin or lay down in a coffin and touch each other.
Definitely.
And to put a cherry on top, the building has no windows on it. Just saying. That's not a red flag.
No, it looks like an old tomb, like a burial place. Like, yeah.
Yeah, it's literally called the Tomb. Yeah, and
I didn't know that.
People.
Well, that sounds like what normal guys do, doesn't it? I mean, don't you guys do that on the weekends?
Yeah, I don't think that I would. No.
You mean you
don't lay down in a coffin and have my friends.
Well, you got to get some richer friends.
But that's the thing, man. It's like you don't even have to think of that as being like really odd. You just think about it as being like compromise or like blackmailable material, like because what the initiation of that is literally to lay down in a coffin and masturbate and confess your like darkest secrets to everybody else that's around you, that's literally touching your naked body. If that doesn't creep you out and make you think, why the fuck are some of our world leaders and politicians involved in this, especially in the U.S.? I don't know what else I can.
Oh, but it happens outside of the U.S. too. Don't worry. It's the same story. But I know I think it has to do with blackmail. Like it always one blackmail set up for these people.
Right. It has to do it has to do with being equal, essentially. Okay, well now I know your darkest secret, you know my darkest secret. If you ever double cross me, I can reveal it. We're now equal. Do crimes together, and if you expose me, I'll expose you. Just that's literally their mindset.
That makes sense. If you ever leave the cult, you'll be exposed and whatever.
Something like that.
It's the way you get compromised individuals into the higher positions. I mean, if they'll do that kind of crazy crap, and if they're that scared and blackmailable from that point on, I mean, that's what you want, right? I mean, that's what the people above them want that are giving them their order. It's the method explained of why you see these people rise to the top.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't believe in any of these so-called occult things they have behind it. I think it's purely that's like a new form of religion just for like these so-called semi-elites who fall for it. But the real reason is that thing that the blackmail or leaving the cult or crossing the path of another member and then being fucked over. It's like a control system. And they need a new religion for it too, like saying like we have the ultimate secrets and you're all aware of it now. Like all other religions are fake and we have the real stuff. We have Geronimo's skull, right? And so we must be real, even though we just steal it from some cemetery. But yeah, that's the thing. They built this, but it was very visible back then in those elections. I think it was George Bush against John Kerry, and they were literally like relatives, and they were also both in Skull and Bones. And then people started, yeah.
And the journalist, I can't remember his fucking name off the top of my head, but all of a sudden he died after asking that question. Like,
yeah, like seriously, where is your loyalty to the American people or to Skull and Bones? And then he says, this Kerry guy says, yeah, it's Skull and Bones. It's secret. We can't talk about what goes on there. You're running for president. Like, okay.
Well, he was a great example of how you cover up the obvious. You act dumb. You know, that's why you needed a guy like W. Kind of looked at you cross-eyed when he's trying to tell you something.
Yeah. He's not that dumb at all, though.
Oh, no, not when it comes to their criminality. I mean, because at the end of the day, it's just a gang, and this is just criminal activity. It's all about stealing money. That is the number one thing that they worry about, whether it's their companies or actual graft or wherever they're getting it from. But the rest of this phony, like the Skull and Bones, the rest, that's like cover for what is really important. And that's the thieving that goes on and them getting free money. Just like now, the whole COVID, you know, we need an excuse to steal money. Oh, let's make some fake virus and, you know, get the Chinese to float it out there. And, you know, they're all in on it. You know, how many, 100-something countries went along with this crap? They're all bought off. That's a conspiracy theory that many countries would work together. You know, even though it just happened, it's a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, and even keeping that part of like fake fires in the middle to stay on the safe side. We can still obviously see that all these countries are using it to create this whole control system and like to restrict our freedoms. And it's very obvious, it's very visible. They're doing it everywhere. And it is almost like, okay, so you need an opportunity and you're all grabbing it with both hands. Like, it's like, this is the moment we've been waiting for. We're going to restrict everything now. Like, you're kidding me. And there's now a lot of research from like professors, like legitimate, credible people. They're not like, I'm not saying that conspiracy theories are not credible always, but there's a lot of professors now saying like, yeah, this lockdown only made things worse. We have in here. There are several professors. I saw an interview with a professor here from. He's 74, and he all his life he's been doing experimental immunology. He's a professor in experimental immunology, and he worked at pretty much every big university in my country, right? And he explained all of this too, and also saying like the social distancing, like the it's 1.5 meters. I think that's 5 feet. I think in your country. Is not working because if you cough, it already goes 8 meters, and that is 25 feet distance. So it's just a symbolic thing, is what he says. Like it doesn't even work. And we're not allowed to use medical masks. The general public is not allowed to use medical masks, but those are the only masks that would protect you against the virus. And the rest is just symbolic. And it has to do with, how did he call it? In Thailand, you have a thing in every hospital and in most houses too called a spirit house. So the Thailand people say like all the fears and all this, when people are scared, these are bad spirits doing it. And the Thailanders built a spirit house, which is a beautiful little house on the roofs on hospitals. And their belief is that the bad spirits who cause the fear choose this little beautiful house instead of going into the hospitals, and that is their place where they park their fears, right? And then how he explained it, this professor, he says like, we also need our own spirit house, and this is our spirit house. We have the social distancing, we have the masks that don't really work because they're not medical masks, and we have this lockdown thing, and that is our spirit house. It is purely psychological. And the sad thing is the people in power are using this, and that's very bad. But I'll keep the story of COVID being fake or real in the middle. I mean, we'll be censored everywhere, so whatever. But there are legitimate voices now coming up, Alamo, and that is it's going to end soon. I mean, it's very powerful here now, the resistance against this official story, and there's lots and lots of professors are now going into the open, and they're all very experienced.
Yeah, they shut down that big panel that was trying to do something here a few weeks ago. You know, if I mean, it just shows you if you're off message, they'll shut you down. It doesn't matter if you're a doctor or not. They'll straight up say, "Oh, well, they're," even on Facebook, or they'll straight up tell you, "Oh, these doctors, they don't know what they're talking about." I mean, that's the kind of shit you hear now. You're like, what? I mean, it's so upside down world, and it's just all about control. They can't let that little bit of control they've got over you, you know, to put on the face mask and tell you to do all this stupid shit. It's like you're dealing with the grade school student council or something, you know, and they're the hall monitors for the day. You know, oh, you run too fast. Walk faster. Oh, that's too fast. Put your mask on.
There was definitely something going on with respiratory infections, just saying that, but there's like a real event, like World Trade Center attacks, for example. It killed a lot of people. There's the diehard conspiracy people saying like this is all fake, everything that people were secretly moved out or something. No, just real deaths. But such events are being used by the establishment to bring stuff in, and it creates massive fear, and people going to look up to the people in power to protect them, like some kind of evolutionary reaction. Like we look at the alphas in our little little herd, right? And they have to protect us.
Yeah, and somehow that's been replaced with these fake politicians who are really betas instead of alphas. Well, they're alpha bullshitters. That's what they are. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's not natural to follow some bullshitter instead of some guy that, like you say, that's a true alpha.
Oh no, definitely. You're not putting in a real alpha in control of a country. Like, no, can't do that. Hello. Like, but if they think like an individual and they actually change something, they get shot in public with a few shots through the head, like JFK. So real alphas.
Yeah, you get these cowardly, uncompromised, blackmailed pedos, and they're not alphas. I mean, that's just, there's no way to make that an alpha, you know. And they just keep pushing and pushing. It's not going to work. But at the same time, you see what happens. It doesn't matter whether you riot or protest or you petition. They're not really listening to you. It doesn't matter what the people want. It no longer matters. They're going to do what they're going to do. Doesn't matter what the population, you know, and the population's figuring it out. Wait a minute, you know, where's all this money going? Where are my rights going? You know, how come I can't do this? Destroyed my job. It's like, what kind of government operates that way?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it's like a Western government thing, where you seem to see the worst of it. Like even in Australia, you know, there's one state, Victoria, you know, with their super lockdowns. And, you know, you seem to see the worst of it in the Western, supposedly free civilizations and government. You know.
Yeah.
It's very disappointing.
I've seen. Okay, so there's some people debated about this in the past, like that we're actually living like in a system that's ruled by the media and not by individuals. Like media now has the power to make or break people. They can make a caricature of you. They can make like a character, and they can break you. Like, and that is what they do, actively do. And you can argue that the media is actually the one, the power in control in that sense of, and it makes sense, of course. Like they're responsible for propaganda and like the mindset of people, and that's why you see it so actively in the West, because this is here. We have the powerful media here. Here is the true media, and you can really see that people are being controlled by it.
Yeah, I don't know what it looks like over there.
Oh, he's the exact same. Trust me.
Very close, yeah. Because you see these, like, I don't know if you see these collage films they have here in the States. Like there'll be 200 stations owned by Sinclair or one of the group, and they're all pushing the same pack. I mean, word for word. You know, you can look at any station, different faces, all saying the same thing. Just so ridiculous.
Yeah, I think this media model, I think, comes perhaps from the USA. It has to do with all propaganda specialists, but in most of the Western world, it is the same. It's set up in a similar way. You have a few mainstream media that pretend to be a little different from each other, but in the end, they push out the same information. I think most of this propaganda is designed by these old specialists like Edward Bernays and stuff. It is set up in the same way, so you won't see much of a difference in that sense. They might lean a little more to the left or a little more to the right, but for the rest, it is so similar. If you would come here, you would go to like Germany or something, you won't notice much of a difference in a media sense. People pretend that there is a difference, but it's really not true.
Yeah, I think, not that it's a disadvantage for them, but if you're in the business of this overarching group that kind of controls everything, that there's going to come a day when you incrementally try to change everything, but at some point you become more, and you have to do more and more and more to get the kind of control you want. And that's kind of what you're seeing now. It's just like there's an outrageousness about it that doesn't seem genuine. It's just something to do to get control or some poor excuse. I think that goes back to the propaganda they're pushing. It's like they can't even make it sound legitimate anymore, even with good propaganda or any kind of propaganda. It's just, well, here's the way it is, so do what you're told. And you're just like, no, man, it's not how it works. It's not how government works. But that's what they have to do, in an ever increasing scheme of control. It has to get like that at some point, because if they want that much control, it has to get that outrageous. If they're micromanagers, then they're going to try to micromanage you. And at some point it gets outrageous, like what you're seeing now.
Yeah, but you also mentioned about like George Bush looking stupid, for example, right? And that is part of it too. Like, so you're dealing with an authoritarian who is intimidating to people, and people are scared of his actions. So what you do as a media is you make him look stupid, and you make him look stupid to a level that people are no longer intimidated, and they actually think like, I'm smarter than this guy. So American dream is still here for me. I can become powerful like this too. I'm much smarter than this guy. And they do the same with other politicians too. Like when he opens the wrong door, for example, or forgets his speech. I think even like he was reading a book upside down. Now, I don't believe any of this. Honestly, this is a sham. He's not doing this. Like these are brilliant people in their own way. Maybe they're kind of stupid in other ways, but they're brilliant enough to become a president, to become multi-millionaires and all these things. And there is a media scam being played out on people, and people fall for it. They do the same with Trump too. When he makes mistakes, the media jumps on it. I think this is controlled to do this. I honestly think so. It keeps people in the illusion that they are superior to the... I've read about the Twitter team of Trump too. Like I've read the articles about the Twitter team. They're making grammar mistakes on purpose. Literally. They admitted this. They said like we in the morning we put out grammar mistakes because Trump is a billionaire, and we want the normal people to have a feeling like he's one of them. He is like the normal guy in the street, so they make mistakes on purpose. This is all thought out.
Yeah, much of it is scripted.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of it is. I guess they're gaffes. Like Joe Biden. I mean, he's the gaff that keeps on giving. Of course, he doesn't even know what planet he's on anymore. But it's like, do we really have to be? How do you, the guy that's got dementia as a presidential candidate? I mean, it's just that's why it doesn't even look real anymore. It's like how can a
yeah, well,
it's just.
I've seen Elon Musk talk about his chips in brains. That means, and if he's already talking about it, means there's already a prototype. So they can just put a chip in his mind, I guess, and just remote control him if it needed. This Biden guy, so whatever. I would take care. He only has to give speeches. For the rest, he doesn't have to do anything. So, yeah.
You'll have to do a lot of deep fakes on him, or
Yeah.
get a Biden double.
Technically, it is. I think most of the work would be done by Kamala Harris, I guess. The meetings, the handshaking, and the stuff. But this is, of course, an illusion that this president's actually, or any president's actually fully in control of the decisions. They're just a face to meet. They're an actor, and there's a whole system of government employees calculating everything out, calculating every decision out. There's an army doing this. Everything is thought out. You can't run a country with 350 million people. You can't have it run by one guy. There's a political party. There are all these institutions. Everything is thought out. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, after spending years trying to participate in various parts of it, and lately here, go to like county party meetings, or you quickly learn that if you get out of line, it's really a cult. You have to say what you're supposed to say, but if you ever get out of line, you're no longer, and you don't get invited anymore. So you have two choices of the cults. Well, at least here in the States you do, of which cult you want to join, but that's really what it is. You want to be a mindless flag and banner waver, or, because if you think too hard, it's not going to work. Very mindless.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and you have to think about what we just mentioned, like the skull and bone stuff, right? And who is truly pulling the strings? And yeah, at this point, it's hard to even see it. But it's not an actor they put forward. That people need to forget about that, I think. I mean, I'm not from the USA, so maybe I shouldn't be saying it like that. But I mean, we're doing the exact same thing here, and most of the people already realize that, yeah, it's always going to be the same. They're the same actors. It's a group of actors. They do this whole play for us in public, and behind the scenes, they agree with each other. And I've seen political parties switch their entire story, like on the complete opposite end, when it suited them, right? And they made votes completely opposite to what they were promoting, and it doesn't make any sense. There is no consistency on what they believe. They just switch when it's needed.
Yeah, you do just well. Yeah, they depending on what it is they're pushed at the time. It's like you can hear Democrats talk about the Constitution and freedom of speech, because just like now, it's like, well, they're just protesting, and we're all about freedom of speech over here at the Democratic Party. Until it's time for them to push something through, and then it's a bill that you don't get to read before you vote on it. It's just, what do you call tactics like that? I'm thinking of a word, but It's certainly dishonest. But that's what politicians do. It's just, you have to, I don't know why, you would think, especially what gets me is like older people. It's like, you think after you'd seen it for a while, I can understand when you're in your 20s and you're looking at the political system and you're going, what the hell is all this? And you're trying to get involved, et cetera, et cetera. But, if you're in your 50s and 60s and you've been around for a while, you should know that it's all bull by the time you're 50 years old.
Yeah.
It should happen before that. And if you're still playing the game, like you're just a partisan waving your flag and you believe all the shit they're telling you, I mean, you're really, that's just plain dumb. I mean, I don't know how people do it, but you see them. I mean, there's just thousands of millions of sheep that'll follow that. That's how you get there. See, if you're not in a position to get decent leaders in the mix or get them elected, how's that supposed to work? If it's just all your schmucks and they just, get waved in all the time, I get to participate. We get to a solution when it's just all your criminal activity.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why with elections or with presidents, why don't people think outside of the box for once? Like, there has to be like one guy for once. For once, there has to be one guy running for office saying like, I'm going to cut the entire military budget in half, and I'm going to use half of this money now to save all the homeless, get all the homeless off the street, right? And only when it's done, well, I'm increasing the budget again. But it never happens. Like, why isn't it happening, for example? Like, why is there never this guy outside who is outside of the box? That is what makes me think, like, there has to be one. It has to be popular, too. I mean, you can run with it. Like, if people read that, if they hear it, they would be impressed by it. They're like, okay, it's fine. Half the military budget is still more than every other country in the world. Like, do it. So, yeah, it doesn't happen. There is no outside of the box player ever. And one time when it happens, they get shot. Yeah. I just don't see that. I mean, this is just an example. I mean, it can happen with anything. Like, I mean, there has to be one guy who says, like, I want to become president and I want to win in a real way, and I'm going to do it. No media is going to report about this entire election. We're just going to run for election, and we're going to write all our ideas on paper, and people are going to read our ideas, and we're going to simplify it for them, 10 main points, and you're going to choose who is going to be the president. And you put all these parties next to each other, all these little papers. There's not going to be any debate, no media, nothing. Just a list of points we want. Choose who you want. Why is there no one doing that? It could happen.
Why doesn't anybody do it? Well, there's been a few, like if you're Representative Traficant, he pushed back there for a long time, got into it with the IRS. Those guys almost always lose, though. If you look at the few that do, try to say anything, it doesn't turn out well.
Yeah.
Well, you end up with these Trumps and Bushes, and it's just a lot of nonsense. And of course, and once again, they're all from special families, special bloodlines. The average Joe in America is not going to get to be president of the United States. I don't care what your mama told you about working hard, doing what you're supposed to, and maybe you can be president someday. That's just a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah. And in a true open voting system, you wouldn't have George Bush and then his son being president. That is just technically impossible. You have too many people to choose from. But yeah, they push each other up. And then the same is with Clinton's, and then the next, Clinton's wife running for president. Why? What makes her more capable than about 500,000 scientists in your country? Right? Who are much smarter, might be much more capable. Economics professors. What makes them okay? Like you have a collapsing country with financially, right? Well, what makes Hillary Clinton? What makes Trump, or what makes Kamala Harris or whatever more capable than some economics professor who you just choose on to fix your fucking economy? I don't get that. This doesn't make sense to me.
No, because this government is not what you thought it was. I'll speak for my own government. It pretty much applies everywhere. It's not what you think. It's not about the people. It's about a system that's been around for a long time that just keeps giving you the impression that you have some way to participate when actually you don't.
Yeah. I'm not sure who is even to blame for it at that point. Like, isn't it like the normal people to blame for it a bit too? I mean, at this point in life, like you're saying, Alamo, like if you're 50, you're probably aware of it. Should be.
You should be, but I tell you what, most people aren't. I know a bunch of old timers, and I mean, I did, since I see more of the right winger side, it's just like, I mean, they're brainwashed, man. They'll believe whatever the MAGA cult comes out with, and whatever that story is for the day or whatever they're pushing, they fall for it hook, line, and sinker. You see the Democrats do it too. They can push a BLM or a border issue. They can just shovel and herd people, all kinds of places, a lot of them too. And yeah, where was I going with that? But as far as how does it happen, I don't blame the little guy. I see a lot of people blaming the little people for average citizen for what happened. And honestly, you've been excluded from the system. The truth is, you really don't have any say in the system that is. They select the candidates that they want to give you, and then you elect them. But that's not really a choice. It's not as if you went and searched them out for yourself. You're being handed these people, and really, whether you're either side, they don't care because it's been corrupted from both. Both parties are corrupted long ago. You're being fed these candidates, so you only get what you're going to get. It doesn't matter which one you choose.
Mm-hmm.
So other than burning it down, starting over, or I don't even think that would do it. It'd just be the same guys coming up all of a sudden. Oh, look, here we are with all the mud. They got all the special privileges and they get to do whatever they want. It'd be the same people, or their kids doing it 50 years later,
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Where does Trump fit into all that shit? Is he like an enigma? Like an oops?
He has money. And right now, even to run for a local little political office in the United States, you got to have millions of dollars. I mean, you just can't get elected even to city council.
Well, yeah, if you're a third party, if you're a Green Party, or if you're, God, how many parties are there's quite a few actually. There's more than two. There's several dozens actually of them. It's just if you're not in the major two, you're not going to get any financial backing, or any significant ones. I heard it costs $30 million to run a 30-second ad campaign on any of the major networks. So you're gonna need a lot of money just to put your shit out there,
Yeah, the normal people can never do
It
this.
gets worse, but
Yeah. You're right, it just gets worse. It's become more expensive, and normal people can never do this.
No.
Well, and if it's some position that somebody wants, like say a Soros, he's gone to a big effort here to especially in big city counties, in counties where there's big cities, getting DAs in place, and that's just furthered his efforts. Whenever something goes on in these cities, it's like, oh well, we got these guys go, and it's magically his person there that happens to be. I mean, these guys have thought long and hard about what they want to control, and but then you look, it's like $100,000, $200,000 is all it takes to rig an election like that. for a guy like that, it really doesn't cost that much. And he can have, there's another guy in St. Louis. There's another guy over Philly, or Houston. They're all over the place.
We can hear you, Tyler.
Whoa.
Yeah, but even that rigging election part, Preston, I mean, even that makes me think, like, isn't that just also like an illusion? What is being rigged even? Like, who is there really a grassroots guy? Is there someone else now suddenly going to change everything? Like, isn't this like inside, like some kind of infight or something with the elite?
All they can do, look at like Ocasio-Cortez. She actually only won because the two major candidates got into a pissing match in a three-way contest, and it was like she was a mistake. But even somebody that got less than 16,000 votes, now look at what she's doing, and now Soros jumped behind her.
I don't think he's realizing that the sound is on.
That's Tyler's voice machine, isn't it?
That's his technical.
Yeah. It makes these broadcasts unique, I guess. New generation of announce. Makes me think of that time when Tyler got robbed on air.
Yeah, that'd be hard to beat that one. That's other than dying for Anonymous, I don't know what you would have to do.
Yeah. People missed that in something in 2017, I think. Tyler was robbed on air, streaming from outdoors. Some guy came up and tried to rob him. We witnessed it live on the air. Back then, when you still had like 25,000 listeners on just Facebook without being shadow banned.
Hey, those were the good old days.
Yeah. I think we actually pushed like 40,000 viewers at some point without the shadow ban. I'm amazed by it. Yeah, we could hear all of it, Tyler.
Oh, shit. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, my bad. Kids.
Yeah, I'd say new generation of announcers. I was saying, like, it made me think of that time when you got robbed on air, right?
Yeah.
Well, he's moved from a rough city like Chicago to a better place like L.A.
Yeah.
A lot less crime out there.
No, right now I'm at my dad's house. They're not my kids.
It's a different type of crime, I guess, in LA.
Yeah, we haven't heard anything blowing up out there. I mean, there was a few, right when, I guess the COVID thing, started for a while, but then I haven't heard anything about LA or the typical hotspot, San Fran.
They're saving them up for the October surprise.
Oh yeah, an October surprise, right? For elections. I heard about that too. That's really a thing, right?
Oh yeah,
Be afraid.
that's
Very
when
afraid.
Hillary got her emails pumped.
Mm. You guys expect anything big in October? Like,
No, I mean, after the last 3 months, I mean, it's going to be hard to top. I mean, if you burn down 60 cities, I mean, how do you beat that?
it's really that
Burn them
much.
again?
It's really like 60 cities.
Yeah, well, even the Portland mayor said, his genius statement is, and I guess it's true, if you burn enough things down, sooner or later you run out of things to burn. But he actually said the protest will burn themselves out.
What?
That's that friggin' Ted Wheeler up there, that mayor, man. He's nuts. Of course, he's in on all of it. He's good. Commie-loving Democrat from Portland,
Yeah.
Let everything go to hell. Well, he's also the police chief. That's the weird thing in Portland, is the mayor is also the police chief. So, it's like he can't like point at the other guy. It's like, dude, it's you, man. All this shit's happening on your watch. You're the man.
Yeah.
We're just so misled. It's hard to believe a country can actually operate that way.
I think that during like October, there will also be this whole story of like a second wave of COVID, and the lockdown will get worse, and that's probably going to happen.
Yeah, well, I can tell you there's a lot of compliant sheep here in the States. I'll talk for my own area, but that's what I'm hearing from other folks too. It's like it's a high percentage compliance. I mean, they've got everybody scared. I've never seen somebody. It's not that they're just. What do you call? Is there a certain term for a scared sheep?
I think that's a
sheep,
perfect
they
term.
freeze up and they fall over. They stiffen up and they fall over. It's that kind of reaction.
I think the word scared sheep is the perfect term already. I mean, it's pretty much what it is. And you don't even have, it's not like really like an insult. It is just like, no, they're just following people in front of the herd, right? And you think like those people have the solutions. Like, it doesn't have to be that way. In a country like America, it doesn't have to be that way. I mean, you have a country that is built on like individual small businesses and people wanting to do stuff for their own, and why not act in that way politically, demanding more? Yeah.
I don't think that's it though, Mark. I think everybody's just afraid of being different than the crowd and getting a label put on them, because everybody that doesn't go with the masses is getting like thrown to the wolves. So I don't know if it's so much scared sheep as that they're trying to, just go with the crowd.
Yeah.
They won't do what's right though. See, that's my problem. It's just like, at some point, it's like you can't just keep going along. You have to stand up and do what's right. But they never do. They just keep going along. It's like if somebody tells them to put a mask on, they just, oh, okay. And it doesn't have to work, or it just makes everybody feel better. But, and the fact that you can't truly mandate it or make a law for it. But, but if we bark that order to you and you do it, well, then what does that say? It's like, are you really that pathetic? You're not going to fight back.
Yeah, but every other commercial on TV, every one of them with all these little flashing signs and things, and everybody's saying for the common good, for the common this, for the common that. It's like they're trying to, anybody that doesn't think that way is being fed to the wolves. I mean, that's basically what it is.
Yeah, and that's also, I guess that is an example of like the media rule again. You can create this status quo, and if you fall outside of it, you're going to be marginalized, put in this little box. Yeah. It's a sad story.
Well, I guess that's why we're different, and we're always on talking about different stuff and doing different things behind the scenes, is because I guess we're not one of the sheep that fall in that line, but they'll put a label on us and do like they've been doing. They'll ban us, shadow ban us, do whatever they got to do to try to quiet the message down.
Yeah.
And that's what in real life too. It's sad. And I wish more people would just stand up and say, "I'm done with it." Just give them the finger.
Yeah, but at some point you reach that too. If you always get labeled, at some point you think like, okay, well, give me any label you want. We'll accept your defamation, right? Go ahead. We'll just do whatever we want to do. Like it gives you a feeling of freedom too, and people should go beyond that. And like, okay, I'll be labeled, but since when do I care about what these people say? Like, since they're all falling in line and like literally voting for the same bullshit again and supporting the same bullshit I don't agree with. So why would I even care about what they have to say? Like, because I'm different. And yeah. I think it takes some balls, I guess, or not sure what it really is.
It makes it super hard for anybody that is trying to fight it, because if you're one of the few people that's like going against it, and 95% of regular folks think it's okay and go along, you're just outnumbered. I mean, there's not that you can't win an argument like that, but it just makes it, when you're always coming from that angle on damn near everything, because people are so cowardly, you can't get anything done. That's a big reason a lot does not get done.
That's a good point.
I think people are actually, lost in the crowd, where they're just, it's like that silent majority's just getting more silent. But I think that a lot of those show up at elections. They'll keep, like a lot of these old people that watch a kid, you know what I'm talking about. You walk by a park and you see them eating Tide Pod. You're not going to stop and say, "Hey kid, quit eating Tide Pod." You're going to sit there and walk by, and then later on, say, "Hey man, them damn stupid kids are eating Tide Pods. Stop your kids." So I think at elections it's going to change a little bit. I think more people will stand up, but they're just separating everybody so much that the choices are so limited. It's crazy. I mean, if you'd have even thought of this 50 years ago, they would have locked you up somewhere.
Yeah, and for the country seems to be changing. I mean, there's an extreme laziness. Yeah. No integrity. It's kind of hard to put like finger exactly what it is, but it's multiple things. But it's all part of standing up. And people don't do that. They won't. Their morals suspicious. It's just, it all adds up to something bad.
Yeah.
I don't know how you fix it though. I mean, people, they just got to get pissed off, but right now everybody's so bored from being locked up for 5 months, that it's not hard to find people. That's like, the Million Mass March this year. We should have tons of turnout. That's falling right around the election. They won't let up on all this narrative by then. So we should be fine on that, but until then, they'll keep, like Preston said, they'll keep burning 60 cities down. They don't care.
Yeah. Yeah, like with the Million Mass March, it's just pretty much every year. It's just like showing a message that not everyone is like sleeping and complying. Just showing that there's still other people too. I see in the chat someone saying, unfortunately, you can't help people. 90% of them are literally under mind control programming. Yeah. Oh, I agree with it. I mean, This the whole media system is especially very strong in the West.
It is in the way they market themselves and push it out there. But at the same time, if you have a brain and you think, you know you're being propagandized. You know you're getting gaslit. So why do you believe it? If you had any sense about you and thought it through even halfway, you would stop doing it. That's what I don't. It's like people realize something to a point, but then then the security blanket need hits, and they just fall right back to where they were, and forget that, oh yeah, you're supposed to do something, and this is all bullshit. You're really just being led along like a herd, but oh well. They can't pop out of that, and I can't figure out why. You're pissed off. You should know better. That's why I say rats learn quicker, because how many times can a human be gaslit and do the same stupid shit over and over? How many times does it take before they understand that you're being screwed over? And yet they never seem to learn. Even a rat would learn.
Yeah.
And go the other direction. If he's in a maze or whatever, hey, this way don't work. You go the other way. But humans don't do that. They listen to this bullshit.
It seems about a month is about the forgetting length. I think that's the magic number. 30 days.
Yeah, things get old by then, for sure. Hard to keep anything
week
going.
in today's times are a long time. The narrative changes every week. They'll start something else on the other side of the country to keep it going. This isn't going to slow down. This is just going to get worse for the next few months. There's no end to this until somebody's sworn in office after the first of the year.
Yeah. And also you're dealing with like a spider web thing, or like like a squid. Like you're fighting them and winning on certain aspects, and they're still going to come down on you on other sides of with other tentacles. You're always losing, and when you're going to fight against that, and you're going to wake people up, you're going to have to fight every single arm of the squid, because you're losing it on other points. And sometimes we're winning with things, right? Think about the net neutrality thing. Like they wanted to destroy net neutrality. Okay, so we win, but they still fight us and they win against us on all these different subjects. And because we have we don't have like an organized resistance on that sense. We don't have an organized education for resistance, I guess. You know what's going on even. They keep silent about the things that don't benefit them.
Yeah, at best you seem like you can slow them down for a while.
No, but they have nothing but time, and all they do is just keep throwing the same pile of shit at the walls and seeing what else sticks. I mean, they just pick it right back up and throw it again. And, people get tired of being, watching this repetitive stuff go over and over and over. So, but they've got the money, they've got the time, and they've got the recruitment tools because they own the media that they can just keep picking it up and throwing it at the wall.
Of course, yeah. And it is choice what to report, right? So you have so-called resistance against a current president, and you see the media pushes this. And then you think like, okay, so this same mainstream media that pushes all these lies on us are now pushing this resistance. And we're not going to think about like Key Bono, who benefits from this. Why would they report on this if it didn't benefit them? Am I really resisting against the establishment when the establishment media sponsors or promotes my protests, gives my protests more attention than I could ever raise myself with my little grassroots section, right? So why are you pushing? Why are you falling for this? And that is what makes me think about it. These are not real protests. These are replacing one establishment figure with another establishment figure, keeping this illusion up, this illusion of freedom up, illusion of free choice up, and at some point it needs to stop. Really, you need to just realize like this is not how it happens. This is a real grassroots protest that it forms a real threat to the establishment. Is not going to get establishment promotion. It's like, we talk about Julian Assange here often, right? And about WikiLeaks. How many times do we see the media promoting the different leaks WikiLeaks did, for example? Only when it benefits them, something will be mentioned, but mostly it will be just like Assange is a rapist, Assange is a Russian, Assange is Mossad, Assange is whatever, right? That's what they say.
That's true.
Yeah. There's actually people saying like Assange is Mossad and Assange protects the state of Israel. Now, did you ever even look at the site WikiLeaks? There's like so many leaks about countries like that, and like, that makes no sense. Makes no sense. You have to go.
Oh yeah,
browse
you
the
dropped a
link.
whole bunch of shit on Russia too. So it's like you're not playing favorites. So
Yeah, the only reason you don't hear about it is because this media doesn't report on it, but it doesn't mean these leaks don't exist. I mean, just start spreading these leaks if you care about it, like work on it, and don't call people like Russian or Mossad. Like, what the hell is up with that? Because in that area, in Russia, they call them CIA, right? They call them the opposite. And then you have to realize that this is the establishment and your local media establishment and your military industrial complex, which exists in Russia too, pushing to the other side. Like, make it the boogeyman and the endless boogeyman. But it is all not true. The leaks exist.
Well, I think they say that Mossad angle because I was kind of under the impression that there was suspiciously not that many leaks about Israel. And that's kind of how they got on that path, or why you'd say, other countries as well, is because if you're not putting out any leaks against countries like that or against those governments, then there's some bias.
Yeah, there's a few things to say for that, and that is that when you talk about the military industrial complex, you talk about NATO, and you talk about this huge military system. Countries like Israel are involved with that same military system. When you expose Amazon data centers all over the world, data collecting from people, or you expose the surveillance system. It used to be called Echelon, and then now it's like Five Eyes or Signal Intelligence. When you expose this, countries like Israel are involved with that, and you're exposing them all at once. And there are certain parties leading it, like America, for example, and they get most. Most is about that, of course, but there's plenty of leaks about Israel too. But the thing is, I always blame the media not covering that instead of blaming the source or the publisher of the files. Like, and also WikiLeaks is an open submit system. If we want more leaks, we should submit more to it. And when we submit it and it doesn't get published, then I guess we should complain about it not being published. But the question is also like, how much is being submitted to a platform? Like, we don't. The people writing about that saying like, okay, maybe protects some countries, protects like Israel or whatever. Do these people know how much is submitted about Israel to this platform? Was anything refused? Unless they can provide proof of that, I don't see any value into just listening to that. Like, there has to be actually something delivered. Like when you talk about the DNC emails and like Podesta and Clinton and stuff, yeah, we have clear stuff delivered to WikiLeaks. Now, does it mean that he chose the side of Trump or whatever? I don't believe so. The files about the DNC were delivered to WikiLeaks and could be published. Were there even similar files about Trump delivered to WikiLeaks? Could they have been published? We can't see that. We don't know that. And unless they have evidence of a similar email box being delivered to WikiLeaks where you see all the Trump emails and stuff and it being refused, then we would know it. But there is no evidence of that. So I feel it is just kicking someone who is already down because not everything is published yet. suggesting that not everything is published, but we just don't know. Like, we need evidence. But other than that, like, I see plenty of files about the Russian crimes, and I see plenty of files about Israel on WikiLeaks. It's just not being covered really well by other media and whatever. So, yeah.
Okay. So there are actual leaks, a lot of them out there regarding Israel. They just don't get press.
Get any press, and that is why, because I think such countries have a little more control about what the press publishes. So yeah, that is like when you see like WikiLeaks partners, like you see like outlets like in the past the Guardian and the New York Times, Washington, like yeah, these outlets need to cover it, and they just don't. There's plenty of files about it. I think there's like 80,000 or 89,000 files about Russia alone. Yeah. It's just a trove of documents, and it has to do with oligarchs and connections and surveillance and suppression of activism, and there's all kinds of stuff on it. You have to just browse through it, you know.
Yeah, they can't have Assange out during this election cycle. That's one of the reasons they're holding him. I mean, it's crazy. You know, I mean, if you think about what's going on that they're not reporting right now because of all this other mess with the protests and the COVID and everything else that all they're talking about is that, you know, all this dirty military spending and all these rockets that I see going up 2-3 times a week, sometimes carrying spy satellites and, you know, all these Skylink satellites and stuff for 5G, sending 60 up like every 2 weeks or something. You know, I mean, it's crazy, man. There's a whole lot going behind the scenes that we're not seeing because of this other stuff. It's like smoke and mirrors.
Yeah. Yeah, and like, yeah, one other thing, yeah, I said it before about like WikiLeaks, for example. When something is leaked, there's a lot about NATO, and NATO has a lot of partners. And when when there's a lot of stuff leaked about NATO, you consider all the countries who are in NATO involved with that. It is one army. It is one establishment army. Yeah. Just looking at the chat, and also. Someone says whoever is in control, I would say their end goal is the same. They just disagree on how to get there.
That's true.
Sounds legit. Yeah, it's very possible.
I mean, they're not steering the boat. Whoever gets elected is not steering the boat anyway. It's all them people that have been in Congress for 30, 40 years. They're the ones that drive the boat, and the rest of the people are all expendable. That's why the Congress changes every, you know, like 2 to 4 to 6 years. You know, it'll take a total swing the other way, and it does that repeatedly. It just keeps on going and going and going. But them same people are still sitting in them 30 and 40 year seats, and they're the ones that pass the budgets, make the laws, and really get presidents elected. You know, they're the ones that choose everything from behind the scenes. The president, he's up there to like a target for them to throw that shit at to see what sticks.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I mean, we were saying like they're actors, but yeah, they're actually the target for the normal people.
Well, I mean, they're the most loved and the most hated person on the planet. So, you know, it doesn't matter which side you flip them. I mean, they're going to be hated or loved. So, you know, and they're only going to be there no matter what, 4 or 8 years. Most likely 8 in most situations. But, you know, then you get a new one to target at. But them same senators and old congressmen that have been there for 30, 40 years will just be there for 40 and 50 years then, until their kids come up to take their place.
Okay, someone in chat asks, what do you guys think about the YouTube banning channels like The Crow House, David Icke, Del Bigtree, etc.? I don't know the last one, by the way, but I know David Icke, yeah.
Let you know we don't believe in banning anything.
Ike falls into that category of anti-government or speaking too
What
much
about the
truth.
lizard people from David Icke?
Yeah. Yeah, we it's asked like have you had any strike? Yeah, we did have in the past. We lost entire streaming capabilities on this channel. It's back now for some weird reason, but yeah, we didn't have any strikes in the sense like no copyright claim, no infraction. Just the streaming capability was completely gone. Like no message about it. Sent a lot of messages to YouTube, got replies too, like on Twitter, YouTube support and stuff, and they said they would help. They didn't do anything, but they were friendly though. Yeah, to their credit, they were friendly, but they didn't do anything to help.
No.
Well, Del Bigtree is anti-vax, and he's that's another group that's gone after here lately with all this. Well, you're going to have your COVID vaccine, so we can't have any anti-vax talk. Time to get rid of them.
Yeah. Well, I don't agree with the banning anyone. Like, no, don't silence anyone, especially not if you don't disagree with them. Don't silence them. You have to talk back to them. Make sure people are aware that they are not correct if you believe that. How can you make people aware of stuff if you can't even talk with them? But anti-vaxxers, no matter what you think of it, this is my personal opinion. They serve a purpose, even if they would be entirely wrong. They serve the purpose of keeping the eyes on the big pharma, and that's necessary. Like, yeah. Big pharma doesn't have a good history. Talk about big pharma like a Bayer, Monsanto. Bayer has a very bad history, and not sure if everyone's aware that in Europe they were still called IG Farben and did the work for the Nazi state. They were already there. This is the same company. And if you trust such companies, that's fine, but not everyone trusts them. And it's always a good idea to keep everyone's eyes on them, that even though all vaccines would be perfect and perfectly healthy and everything, it still makes sense to keep watching them and make sure it stays healthy. You just doubt everything they do. Like, yeah. That's my personal opinion. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems to me like YouTube, I mean, there's a bunch of garbage on there. I don't know what people are going to these, they're going to see at YouTube, say another 5 or 10 years. I mean, it's just going to be all propaganda and crap. And I mean, I guess there'll still be a point to have. It's like Facebook, it's like, okay, if you're going to push everybody off in all these big groups, there's a lot of discussion going on. How does that help your business model? I mean, I still don't get it. If it's about clicks and likes and traffic, why are you getting rid of traffic? Yeah, it's a curated platform. Well, that's the key right there. See, if you're getting into the curated platform, then you need to be told. And that's really where they fit in, because that's their worldview. You need to be told what to do, so we're going to start telling you what to do. It's getting too mouthy there, Mark. Can't have that. A little shadow banning, teach you a lesson.
I like these questions though in the chat. You just ask any questions you want. These are very good questions, and just keep going. Abdul, good questions. Yeah, no, you're right, Preston.
Scroll through some of these other topics here.
What else is there to talk about? What's up with all of the explosions? Remember, like, we had the Lebanon explosion, but that same week we had an explosion in Baltimore. 3 buildings exploded. Apparently, they blamed it on a and a 100-year-old pipe, which made no sense. There was a huge gas explosion same week in Russia. And then there was a whole building in that one of the floors blew up in Turkey all in the same week. Like, I know explosions happen all the time, but it's just odd. You remember that?
Yeah, it is odd. What's happening in several countries, right, at the same time? The
Yeah,
Beirut, and you had
all within the same week. Yeah.
Yeah, boy, that Beirut one, as big as that thing was and as shady, that sure slipped out of the media quick.
Yeah, that did. God,
Hey.
2020 is like a shit show.
yeah, everything at once, like protests and and explosions and viruses and what is it, like plagues and locusts everywhere. And
I think we had like the most, was it the most earthquakes too? And active volcanoes?
yeah, like there's some biblical stuff, Tyler. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, and you guys are due for the big one still, so.
No, we had a little jolt a couple weeks ago. It was like a fiver, but it was north of here. So
so do we have any monetary contingency in the form of gold, silver, or Bitcoin? I wouldn't go ahead, guys.
Bitcoin. I haven't been monitoring crypto in a while. I don't even know what it's at after I sold almost everything.
I think it's back up around 11 or 12,000. But that was a
Really?
week ago. Yeah, who knows why? I mean, that was kind of, they were following the gold move kind of at that time. You know, gold's fairly high, so.
Yeah, it's 11,000. I had all my hopes up on the quickening or happening. Quickening, that's Highlander. Sorry.
Ooh, getting biblical.
Getting
So you want a quickening? No, what you want is a quickening of the happening.
Yeah.
That's the.
Yeah, nothing happened during the happening, so I was just kind of like, well, there it goes, because I was gonna like drop some cash, but then when I saw it wasn't going anywhere, I was like, whatever.
Well, I'm going to go like really apocalyptic, and that is if you prepare for a real crash and prepare for a real destruction of your entire society, maybe stash some painkillers, some antibiotics, maybe a few water purifiers, something like that. If you want a real collapse,
Yeah.
your money's not going to help you.
I remember we had I forget what it was, but I started getting all paranoid. It was after something that happened where I was at like 2 years ago, and I just bought like, it's only like an emergency, like, you know, military backpack. It only has like a week's worth of supplies, but I still have like an emergency plan. I got this buddy out in the desert who's like a prepper, so I always have that. But most people aren't fortunate to have people like that, you know.
Yeah, just get outside of the whole box and think about what are people going to really need? What do people really need when a society collapses, and what will they still require? Like, what do they get from stores now that they won't be able to get anymore, but they are still in need for, and they will always be in need for? And those are these things. Like, if you're in constant pain, for example, you have plenty of people being in constant pain. Stash up on such things, right? If you want to survive an apocalypse, you need trading materials. Those are things. And I also learned that a crashing economy causes a huge spike in strong liquor sales. Just saying.
Yeah, we need a lot of that.
True.
There's a lot of depressed people and they're drinking liquor and stuff, and those are all trading materials. Like, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you ought to invest in the 6 weeks of toilet paper crisis we had.
You can't eat toilet paper.
Yeah, but you know, the whole COVID thing proved that, I mean, that's what people think is the most important thing to have is toilet paper.
book.
I mean, any
like,
good prepper,
there's like
I
a
mean,
whole
it's
book
like,
on it. It's called it's a survival guide. It was pretty good. Marine gave it to me. It's called How to Take a Shit in the Wild, and it's basically a book on how to survive with nothing, like MacGyver status. Some smart shit.
well, it just shows
People
that a
never
lot of
used
people.
toilet paper until they started putting all these additives and preservatives in food. That's what made everybody have to use 1 million tons of toilet paper.
I don't know.
But why is it
The thing is, it
how is that
wasn't a
the first thing you
gastrointestinal.
grab? Yeah.
It wasn't a gastrointestinal thing. It was respiratory. So why people needed toilet paper is beyond me. Like, I couldn't buy toilet paper literally without stealing it from my work for like a month, 2 months.
Yeah, why get 2 months of toilet paper and not grab some food? Because
That
if
was
you're not
hard too.
having
I
food
couldn't.
go in, you're not going to be wiping anything. So, you know,
I could get food, but it wasn't like anything I'd normally buy. You know, like I'm not gonna live off of popcorn and microwave pizza. I mean, I could, but I really don't want to.
well, you need more toilet paper.
Yeah, like
Well,
like there's some nasty stuff. Have you ever seen the super like are you familiar with some of the emergency rations that are out there? Not the MREs. I'm talking about like the super dehydrated shit that lasts 20 years, longer than
oh
the
yeah,
MREs.
yeah.
Yeah, you know that stuff that's like cardboard, but it lasts forever, and like 1 inch square is like enough for it's like enough calories for all of your meals. That stuff is so bad. It's so
Yeah, a lot of that
bad.
stuff's
No,
gotten
what it's
better.
made out
I
of.
got some good brands here, man. Because this, I think it's called Patriot Pantry. That shit actually tastes pretty good. You know, there's a few brands that are a lot of these premix. Like if you get premixed bread or muffins or whatever, some of that's not too bad.
There's these new MREs though, the ones the military are using. They're not. They say that they last like 5 years, but I doubt it. I don't know.
Keep them air conditioned.
Yeah, if you keep them air conditioned.
Well,
I don't know. I know some end of the worlders that hoard that kind of stuff, and some of the stuff that I've seen them and I've tried. I'll tell you what, you need. I don't think you need toilet paper. You probably need a trowel and some, a place to fill a hole.
something to
Yeah,
scrape it
pretty
off with.
much.
Yeah, you could set bricks with it for sure.
Tons of ammo. Tell you that. Few guns.
Yeah, that always works. But maybe we just don't
When you get
understand
enough
people.
that
Maybe
you got
they're
to weigh it by the pound on the scale, then you got enough. When you can't count it anymore.
maybe there's just a lot of incontinence out there, and that's, I mean, maybe this toilet paper really is needed, and they're just irritable bowel syndrome or whatever they got going on. I mean, maybe there's a lot of people with the runs, and they really do need that much toilet paper. I mean, I never thought about it that way, but that's the only possibility. I mean, why the hell would you need that much?
Well, they were saying here, and I looked into it a little bit because we had, my girlfriend buys like, she does all her shopping like at the big box stores, not the Walmarts and stuff, but they're a big box store like Costco and BJ's or whatever. And we had like 48 rolls for 2 people before that even started, so we didn't care about that. But they were saying that somebody just went in there and basically started, hoarding it, and then somebody else watched them, and it was like that scared sheep syndrome you were talking about. Just everybody started thinking, oh, we can't be without toilet paper.
Yeah, but I mean, they were sold out for months. That's what got me. You'd see meats and some other things kind of lean out and got a little weird for a while, but the toilet paper, well, really all the paper towels, paper plates, anything paper, toilet paper, that shit was wiped out for months, man. How the fuck do you need that
Yeah,
much?
but after the first week or two, then it started to be the bleach and the disinfectant. If you go look at bleach right now, I remember last year I was buying
Oh,
bleach for
yeah.
like $1.99 a gallon. Now I go in there and it's like $6 and it's not even a whole gallon.
Yeah, that's right. That was the other one. Well, that's for the clean freaks, and then all the cleaning gels and whatnot.
Do you remember $300 for like a bottle of Purell? That was ridiculous.
There's just a bunch of neurotics out there. That's really the answer. There's a bunch of neurotics that get very scared, which is why when they scare you, 95% of them wear their masks. Just, oh, okay, yeah. Oh, I'll wear it.
Okay, so I see.
No, not here so much.
So I see you have like a used list of. Sorry.
Huh?
You have like a used list of topics. I see.
Oh,
now in the
yeah,
server.
we're up way off. Oh, yeah. This is a funny one. David Hodges. He was the founder of the Church of Marijuana in Oakland, California. It was a real what do you call it? A legit. He had all the paperwork signed. This is the early 2000s, even before medical marijuana was legal. And he's been in Vice a few times. And, last year when they legalized magic mushrooms, David Hodges incorporated it into the Church of Marijuana and renamed it the Ethno Church. And basically, it was a church of mushrooms. He got raided 6 days ago by the DEA. They said it was an estimated value of $200,000 of magic mushrooms and marijuana. Apparently, he's out. He's not fully. Apparently, he was like. It was the most bizarre thing because like the day he gets out of jail, or I'm not even sure if he went to jail. He does this like mega 30-gram dose of mushrooms and is like streaming himself. Like this guy, like I don't know how many members he had in his church, but I knew when he had the Church of Marijuana, he had all the paperwork squared away. But it's like, I don't know. I mean, it's a bizarre story. You don't hear about this in the news besides Vice, but he was kind of on the cutting edge of like what were these practical. Well, he was I remember him talking about this kind of stuff even before the pharmaceutical industries thought that there was some sort of application for psychedelic drugs for certain disorders, and maybe he was using it. I really don't know. But that was an odd story. That one didn't really make the news at all. Not even heard a blip about that. Let me see. Oh, yeah. So that new security law in Hong Kong. Apparently, there's been journalists denied visas because of that. The way that the new security law is written, and now journalists in Hong Kong, they're saying it's impacted how reporters can report. Not everybody here finds that surprising, right?
No,
They're
no.
going to attack them, everything.
Yeah. I heard China's actually after Taiwan too. They want to grab that too.
Well,
So
that's been in the works for a long time. That's part of the package of Hong Kong is Taiwan. If they get both of those, they control that whole section of the world. Even Japan will have to cower to them for that.
also I'm not clear on this one. So today the top USA CEO of TikTok resigned today. Anybody up on that?
Yeah, I saw that earlier too, and I saw Amber post something that the same thing that I was reading at the same time she was posting it about. Now Walmart's in the running to buy TikTok.
Walmart.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, they jumped in the game.
How does Walmart think that they can barely run their fucking shit right? Oh god. Well,
No, you got to look at the Waltons are the richest people in the world, just about. I mean, they're the richest people in the United States. I mean, they could buy Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos just about and forget about them.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, as a family, they're very, very rich. Yeah, yeah. That is.
They're a bunch of something 70. They're a bunch of 70-year-old somethings now, and they ain't got nothing better to do. What about? I mean, maybe their grandkids want TikTok or something. I don't know, but they did jump in the game. That's for sure.
Bill Gates' top engineer was busted with pedophilia on his computer. That's some fucking sick shit.
Oh, I'm not even surprised by that.
I'm not either. And I tell you now, the place that would surprise you that has the most pedos in the world is Walt Disney World. There's at least, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 a week that get caught every week. That's in the news somewhere around, Florida. I mean, it's like that. They just manufacture them at Walt Disney World.
I guess let's talk about Zoom. Zoom was sued by consumer protection groups based on their false advertising and end encryption, which they don't have. Yeah, speaking of which, I was talking on the back end of this channel. You guys remember the kid that busted into all those top fucking Twitter accounts by social engineering campaign and then tried to get Bitcoin out of everybody and was caught a week later? You guys do remember that, the Twitter hack, right?
Yeah, the people from down in Tampa.
Yeah. So apparently during his case, apparently they were using Zoom or something in the back end to do his court hearing. They managed to get in, and they were streaming pornography to the judge as he was talking, they were doing the court appearance with the judge. That's how secure their shit is.
Yeah, I was actually watching that because it was open. They didn't even password it. It was open, and anybody could contribute. The judge started saying stuff, and it was like a few minutes in, and then people started. They put up some porn. Some guy. I'm not going to go into details, but anyway. And they were playing rap music and stuff, so the judge shut it down. They took a break and came back, and they started doing it again, and they started all over again. And because it wasn't passworded. I mean, anybody could do it. I mean, damn, it's like begging for it,
Yeah, this is more.
Yeah, you'd have to share some articles with you on that. That even the reporters were laughing. I mean, they were just like, hey, how stupid are you? You don't post this up that you're holding this hearing, and then don't password it.
Yeah, I've heard that from more than a few people that it wasn't completely encrypted at all.
It was open to the public. It wasn't encrypted. But
yeah.
But that kid was actually a lot deeper than what they did, because in that hearing, they gave him back $3 million worth of crypto that he stole. And then they banned him from using the internet. And the kid still had, the crypto in there, and they set his bond at, high. I think it was $975,000 or something like that. And but they banned him from the internet, so he couldn't access his crypto to bond himself out. I mean, that's a story that'll keep on giving if you keep a watch on it, because that kid, he's a con man extraordinaire. He was conning people on Minecraft and stuff like that and Fortnite out of money for years. And this kid's only 17 years old.
Watch, he's the next. What's his name? Kevin McNick. The used car salesman of hackers.
Well, the judge made him pay back $1 million right there at the hearing to some people out there in Arizona or something that he had stole. But the other $3 million, they couldn't prove where he got it, so they had to return it to him.
Oh, no kidding.
But yeah, he was involved in a murder also in a home invasion down in Florida, down in Tampa, Florida, like a year or 2 years ago or something. He was in the car as a lookout with somebody else, and they went up there and tried to do a home invasion. And one of the guys that tried to do in the home invasion got shot and killed. So he's not one of the smarter criminals on the block, but still, I mean.
Plus Bitcoin's.
Yeah, that kid's got a big history.
Yeah. I don't. So bizarre. I remember seeing a meme.
Yeah, I did see one
about how secure Zoom was, and it was just like everything they said was true. It's like there are 20 million different things that are much more popular than
Well, what happened? Yeah, Zoom. All they had was a 6-digit password, even when they were passworded. They were just 6 digits. There was no letters, no words, no nothing. I mean, no symbols, anything. It was just 6 numerals. So you could brute force. You could just make up one and just go from Zoom meeting to Zoom meeting, and sooner or later it's going to work. So yeah. I did notice the other day now that they started capitalizing and they've got some lowercase letters and they've got some numbers mixed in, but I still haven't seen any symbols yet.
Yeah.
Because those meetings were getting bombed. It's been on the news since the coronavirus outbreak started that Zoom meetings were getting raided with porn and rap music and stuff like that. So I don't know what that judge was expecting.
Yeah.
How'd they get so big if they're so crappy? I don't get it.
I don't know. I can name 10 other programs that are 10 times better. I don't understand why Zoom is very popular. I don't understand that either.
Yeah, wasn't McAfee big on that too? And I've
was
never
big on that
understood.
too. But we've been using Hangouts. We've used Skype is a piece of shit, but Hangouts was quite a bit better. It's fucking free. It just doesn't have. It has a lot of bugs though. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Zoom. You gotta pay for if you want to have if you want to get all the bells and whistles, you gotta pay for it though. There is a paid version of Zoom.
Zoom has had so many bugs in the past. It was very insecure, I think.
Oh yeah.
Which I find it really bad for a paid software for like that. There is a lot of software that can do the same stuff that doesn't have these problems.
For free. Literally for free.
I like the Jitsi thing too. I'm not sure if you ever checked it, but
yeah, I checked it. I just haven't used it.
It works well. I mean, as an alternative to Zoom. I mean, you just click a link and you join to the conversation. Yeah. You don't have to install anything. You don't have to pay for anything. It just works. The quality is great, and there's video stuff too. Anyone wants to do stuff like Zoom and not pay for anything or risk your security, maybe check out Jitsi or something. I don't know.
Is the name really Jitsi though?
Yeah, last time I checked it, it's like a month ago or something, it was Jitsi with a.
I just
with a
looked
C.
up the name. Yitzi is a racial slur for.
Oh.
I'm the last one to know that.
Okay, it's with an S. Okay, so it's jitsi.org.
Oh, I thought you said Yitzi.
Isn't that how you pronounce it? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I remember the website. Yeah. I remember Yitzi. Yeah, Jitsi. I thought you said
Oh, yeah.
Yitzi. I was like,
Okay, so it's jitsi.org. jitsi.org. It's just completely free, open source, no paying for anything. It seems to be great.
Who puts? What country puts this out?
Jitsi
Yeah.
is made by a guy called Emil Ipov. Perhaps it's kind of like a Russian name, but
yeah, it's definitely Russian. He was a student in France, though.
oh yeah, and has received support from institutions like the NL Net Foundation, the University of Strasbourg, and the region of Alsace. So, yeah, sounds French, like you're saying. Yeah. The EFF gave it 6 out of 7 points, which is really good. They lost 1 point because there hasn't been a recent code audit. So for the rest, they did perfect on every point. With
Oh, yeah.
EFF.
It's Bulgarian. Jitsi means wires. Ah, makes sense. Jitsi. Not, yeah. English doesn't exactly do the j sound very well with the. Oh well.
Supernova Extreme, shout out for giving us a compliment. He said we're doing a great show, so thank you, Supernova Extreme.
It'd be a little cooler if we had our page back, though. Damn it. Oh, well. It happens.
Oh, you made the Twitter account.
Yeah, it's gone. It's fucking gone. Oh well.
Whatever, man. I'll just make like 10 new ones.
Yeah.
So that new one had like 5,000 followers. Yeah.
I guess it sounded like one of our audio things wasn't coming in. Oh, I'm sorry. I read the comments wrong. Okay.
I can hear you fine, by the way. Getting messages that people can't hear you, but I can hear you fine. Check out if you're streaming the mic.
I don't know. I can hear it too. I can hear Preston. I can hear you. I can hear everybody.
Yeah, I know with OBS you have to stream the mic separate. So you stream like the desktop audio and then you stream the mic separate. But we can of course all hear because we're in the same voice chat thing. I hope he was streaming the voice. I don't listen to the show when we're like talking because it gives like double audio.
Yeah, I can't do that either. You get this weird echo that just gets louder and louder and louder and louder.
Yeah, I don't know. I got a little bit of lag. I can't really now. Now it looks like it's going down. I don't know if something's changing. Are you changing something, Tyler?
Well, if anyone heard me speaking to myself, was Tyler having some technical issue. Not sure if that was the same for everyone, but I guess I guess so.
Yeah.
Too much coffee.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, well, I hope people realize that, like, we're doing like a grassroots.
Yeah, literally. God, what else? What else have we not talked about in the back channels?
Uh-oh. Mark dropped off.
Uh-oh.
Right when he was talking.
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Hard down.
Yeah, it looks like he's offline.
Where'd you go?
We're
Yeah.
streaming, right?
I was thrown out too, like from the Discord.
Oh, that's weird.
Entire thing crashed. Like it gave like an error. No, I was just saying like that's for listeners. They can actually hear that we're not like some polished commercial broadcast, but just an activist show like grassroots, and we have make mistakes like that. So, yeah.
That'll learn you to talk to yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, got OBS here, but I can see the lights lighting up on the streams because I got them going, but it does look like YouTube is kind of lagging a little bit.
Yeah, I see Sarah in the YouTube chat. Mad Mom Anon should give her a shout out too. She's always there, super active, always listening to the show and spreading it around. So thanks for that, Mad Mom Anon. More people should jump in the YouTube chat and just ask questions.
Seriously. We still have a YouTube and a D Live and a VK and a Twitch.
VK, do we do that? Does anybody ever check it? Like,
I do.
I don't know what go.
Yeah.
Just get
I've
some.
been over there in a couple of months. I mean, their videos are, seem like better quality, but they're huge files. That's why I usually don't go there. But they're smaller off of Periscope.
But you can just download stuff from VK. Like, you can just download videos from VK.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, that's good. It's a good way to save data, actually.
Yeah, it took a little finagling, but I was able to do it.
Okay. So I see, like, if you look at like Twitch or like Periscope, after a while the episodes disappear. They're not really gone, but you can still reach them through the links you posted. But you have to actually find back all the links. It's kind of weird. There's no like an archive or anything. And on VK you do have an archive. Everything is still visible. You go to like the VK page and you see all the episodes just below each other.
That's weird. Yeah, maybe our YouTube is. That's so weird. We might be censored on YouTube some weird level.
Yeah. There is 8 people watching on YouTube, it says.
Oh, okay. I guess maybe we're not. Yeah, it's so bizarre.
Show is live.
I should really just buy a server for us, seriously.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe there's audio only, so we at least always have some audio up.
Yeah. And we can do Nginx, those the Nginx. Oh no, that'd be for like an art. Well,
Like the old school, like Icecast.
yeah, or something, Something.
It used to be like a really big thing, right? The Shoutcast and Icecast.
Oh god, and I think our YouTube is messed up. Our UI function, or the backend data tags. Great. Oh well, that's YouTube for you.
Like really, like the internet only gets worse. Like everything gets censored.
I don't understand how a multi-billion-dollar company can't like really fix their back end shit. Like anybody who's ever streamed to YouTube, it's like, yeah, I could pay for better shit, and this stuff's free. I don't know. YouTube isn't what it used to do. It used to be.
Isn't that weird? Like, the 2 decades or something, the internet kept getting like better, faster, and everything, and then now it's just like destroying itself or something. Either like censored or everything has weird issues. Can't even explain some of these issues.
No.
No, I've been in.
It's
Yeah, I've been in.
curated internet. You know, you only get what they're going to give you. Instead of it being a free and open market, it's a curated platform like all the other curated platforms.
Yeah. No, and I've been like, I've been in tech like 20 years, right? And at this point in 2020, you would say like, you must be able to explain all these things, and then, but you just can't. There's always like you're dealing with shadow bans, and just like I don't even know what's going on. Like nothing like this should happen. You have like a social media profile, you post about it, and you get just shadow banned from some admin panel, or your stream suddenly fails, and then there is no reason for it to fail because everything is set up right, and it's not that hard at this point. It was hard 20 years ago. It's not that hard. Everything works fine now, and now you're just dealing with these big corporations cutting down on everything and creating unexplainable issues. Like we just mentioned, like earlier last year, we were censored, lost the entire stream capabilities for not doing anything. Like no copyright infraction, no breach of terms of service, nothing. Just lost the capabilities and don't even know why. Like, it doesn't make sense at all. Yeah. I think, Tyler, maybe it is an idea to set up an IceCast or something. Do it ourselves.
Yeah.
Like a link to an audio only thing. Just none. Yeah. It's like just to keep it like the same bit rate as on as we do in like in the Discord voice chat. And then traffic won't even be that big, I think.
The hardest part will be doing the back end stuff. How do you just get the audio out of here? I guess I can run 2 programs at the same time. Plug in
OBS doesn't support that, or?
Yeah, it does.
If you have like a restream taking it.
I mean, it doesn't support multiple streams. You just can only stream to one place and have it go several other places.
They have like a restream pick up or like an IceCast thing.
Yeah. So I'll have to figure something out back end. Just sort of run 2 programs at the same time.
Well, the timeline on the internet, I mean, it's compressed, but it kind of matches what you see happen with government. You know, you're initially in a republic, you have all these individual rights, everything's, you know, it's like a free and open market, and then slowly but surely over a couple of 100 years, it turns into this, you know, corporate, fascist, communist, you know, shithole that nobody likes. And but you did it in like 10 years with the internet, YouTube. It has that same profile of, oh man, everything's great. You know, we're all free. Everybody's here. It's your tube. It's YouTube. You know, it's all about you. And then and 10 years later, it's like, we don't like what you're saying, Mark. You know, Tyler, where are you going? Are you hackers over here? What's going on? You know, can't have that on our platform. And time to go. The rest of you right wingers, everybody, anti-government. You know, we're not going to have this. It's like, gee, what happened? I mean, it's like internet. I mean, YouTube. It was all about me. What happened? You know.
Yeah. And it doesn't even make sense in a commercial sense. Like, even if they don't care about free speech, it doesn't make sense for them commercially. You want to attract all these people, right? Like, you're going to censor like some part of the political spectrum. You want to attract these people. That's what you want to do. So it should be a YouTube. Okay, so they get asked to censor certain people. No, they should be fighting back publicly. To say like, we're the anti-censorship platform. We want to attract everyone. This is our way of money. Like, this is our business model. Why aren't they doing it?
Well, it's only recent. You know, it used to be corporations would stay out of politics because they didn't want to offend either side and screw up their business. But now it's like you got either woke companies or you got right-wing companies. All of a sudden it's gotten political, and you got all these people playing games. It's like it doesn't make sense in the corporate sense. It used to be all about money and the bottom line. Forget the politics. Now all of a sudden it's about the politics, and if you crap out the company, oh well, you know, we have our ideologies that we have to push. It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, and even for a guy like Zuckerberg, I'm surprised with it. Like, we all hate Zuckerberg for all his stuff, and why does the guy? Well, he's got $100 billion, right? That's just like, he got a net worth of $100 billion. Why, if they ask him to censor all these dissident voices, why doesn't he say like, "Fuck you! This is my business model. I want to make money like this, and I'm going to fight you openly on this." And then the public is actually going to say like, "Oh, this guy is like fighting for our free speech. We're all going to go there to this platform. We're all going to support him." And there's going to be a shitload of lawyers joining him. Everyone is going to this is going to be like all done publicly, and the government is going to lose it. Seriously, they're going to lose it. Because everyone is going to be aware of it. And with the power platforms like Facebook or Twitter or YouTube have, they can certainly raise enough voices against it. I don't get it. Like, even if they are bad people and they don't care about anything about free speech, why don't they care about their business model, about their money? Get it?
I don't know. They keep dragging Zuckerberg, Jack, and everybody in front of the Senate, and you know they're talking to them in the back room. So, you know, I mean, I'm sure they threaten them too. You know, I'm sure they're threatening them with censoring them by, you know, not enforcing their terms of service. You know, I mean, that's the big thing, is the government can get all the laws they want passed through using like YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, just their terms of service. They can actually control the narrative and censor anybody that they want.
You didn't really see any of these companies. You know, if you go back to even the early 2000s, you know, in the first, you know, big companies were signing on to all the censorship and turning everybody in. It only made sense to the big guy and all the people that have already made money. You know, they don't seem to care if it destroys their company. You know, any other small business or something, they're not gonna. I don't see that happen. You're not going to have that kind of ideology come into the picture, and then literally for your own biases destroy everything because you want it a certain way. It's
I don't know. It's kind of weird, like the way MySpace died all of a sudden and Facebook turned over, you know, and started growing. You know, I think that Zuckerberg and I think that Jack and, you know, the rest of these people want to build an empire. And the only way they can do that is by keep expanding. And, you know, they can't keep expanding if the government calls a monopoly. So they got to pretty well do what they're told.
I wonder about that. Like being multinationals. Being multinationals like that, I know that most of the traffic at this point from Facebook is coming from countries like India. They're not getting most of the traffic anymore from the US. We would think that, but countries like India are like emerging markets. There's 1 billion people, 1.2 billion people in India.
Yeah,
Why not switch?
They use like but they're using like servers like AWS and stuff like that to split this up into regions so it doesn't really bounce into each other, so they can control different markets. But well, you know what I'm talking about, how they split up the whole globe into little bitty buckets, but still, I mean, they got the new thing that Facebook wants to do where they're going to have video chats now where you can, assign like 10 or 15 of your friends into like your own little world where you can go in there and it's like a continuous little chat where you can always talk to each other and stuff. So they've got this paid stuff. They're talking about cryptocurrencies. They're talking about they're taking over anybody else that they can. They don't want any competition, but they want the whole thing. I see coming up here real near in the future where Facebook is going to try to dip into the retail business, kind of like Amazon.
Yeah, that would make sense, especially like with Facebook Marketplace. You would say like they will have some big suppliers, and you like connected to that, and these big suppliers will have like the sponsored products, right? Like a web shops kind of thing. Yeah, would make sense from a business perspective. Yeah. Amazon does it too in another way. I mean, anyone can sell on Amazon. Is it like 75% or something? There are other sellers, not Amazon itself. I mean, so that's Facebook can easily do that too. Yeah.
It's not that easy to get on Amazon, though. I mean, you gotta do all sorts of qualifications and stuff. But I see Facebook going to where they're going to start getting into some retail because they want a slice of that pie too. Even if they just get 0.5%, just 0.5% is all they need of whatever they sell, and they'll make billions. And that's a lot of money. So their crowd is getting older. All the young people have moved on to different platforms. Twitter's getting the same way to where it's mostly over 30 crowd. Up to you got mostly Facebook's like grandparents sharing photos with their kids and their grandkids. So they've got the demographic that's got the money. It's not the young people that got the money. It's that demographic's what you want to hit. So they're suited up for retail. That's for sure. I mean, they'd be idiots not to, actually.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. That is where the money is in that sense.
But to do that, to get into the retail business, because then you're multifaceted, you're covering so many parts of the market to be not called a monopoly. You got to work with the government. So you need, once you start that enterprise and you start dealing in currency, even if they wanted to do the crypto, that means they got to open up all their books. So, yeah, censorship's coming right along with that. And they'll just call it security.
Oh, yeah. Combating dissident speech, hate speech, conspiracy theories, everything. Throw it all in boxes.
We live in a pretty sad new reality where, like I said, we're not governed by laws anymore. We're governed by businesses, for-profit terms of service, and it's sad.
Yeah, and they're changing their own definition of things too. How do you?
In the U.S., in the U.S., you can actually go to prison for breaking a company's terms of service. And then when I read that, I was like, what? When did this pass?
Which company's that?
No, it's in the federal laws now. I found it research. I'd have to dig it back out now, but there's actually a federal law now in one of these, bills that they've passed through here that you can actually go to prison for breaking a company's terms of service online.
That's crazy.
Well, they love that merger because they can get more tyranny done through corporations. It's just a lot easier to use that whole contract agreement, terms of service, to impose rules rather than having to pass law. So they love that angle.
And that's exactly it. That's what I've been saying. The government is controlling these companies by controlling their terms of service, and they'll let them do just about anything as long as they have a say. So I'm sure that the Senate or the Senate subcommittee or something up there looks at the terms of service before they approve them to go on these big sites.
I don't know, man. They don't seem to read anything. I really wonder about that. They don't have time.
They hired somebody that can read. I don't know. That's probably one of Hillary's people or something.
Yeah, I wonder if you can even call these things individual corporations, individual companies anymore. I don't think they are, actually. I think they're like a post-capitalist thing. They're the end result of capitalism if it goes wrong, when a few people share the market and get like totally intertwined with government. And I'm not even sure how you can call it anymore. I wouldn't call it capitalism at that point. It's like I could think about like the oil companies. You have like 3 or 4 oil companies, and they're all selling this gasoline. But they're all selling at about the same prices. Like sometimes it is a little different, but there is no one who sells half price consistently. And you would think, like a real capitalist, you say, like, okay, I'm going to sell everything half price. I want all the customers. I'm going to like sell half price. I'm going to slowly raise it up, and that's because I'm a capitalist, right? But is this really capitalism? So these people define the markets, making price agreements behind the scenes, and I feel the same thing is happening with the social media, making speech agreements or something like.
Yeah, it's controlled capitalism is what it is. It's like yesterday they had a hurricane that went and hit the center of the United States, and gas was like $1.94 a gallon yesterday. Today when I left, it was $2.15 everywhere I went. It went up 20 cents overnight just because of a hurricane that didn't even come anywhere near
here. Yeah, exactly. And then they're all doing the same thing. It just makes you wonder, right? There's not an open capitalist society at all. Like, because we have many powerful voices in like activism world blaming pure capitalism and saying like we need an alternative now. We need like socialism and or something that's like that to support the weak or something. It's all fair to say that, but I'm just asking the question like, is this even pure capitalism? This has nothing to do with your local hot dog stand in the streets. This is not bottom-up capitalism. This is these are huge money-making forces being totally intertwined with government. This is one system now, and so you see this with social media now, with speech agreements. But you see this with the gasoline companies. You see this with the internet companies. You see this with so many different things. You have it also with the shops like Amazon. We're becoming like a collective of different shops, and at the top it's being guided by one gazillionaire who runs everything, and he's literally in councils together with government. Recently I saw this kind of like this IT council or something. It had all of them in it, and there's on YouTube is the government, and it had all these people in it. It had like the VMware guy, it had like Microsoft, Google was sitting there, and all the big ones were sitting there. And they're doing it together. And you're not talking about individual hot dog stands anymore. This is not capitalism how we know it. So you're blaming a corporate system. And I said it before, and it sounds like really rough. But when Bayer, Monsanto worked under Nazi times, they were a big company, a preferred company by the German state too. And it was Bayer, it was Volkswagen in Germany that acted like capitalist entities, but were really not capitalist entities. They were selling cars and they were still doing their old stuff, but they were the preferred companies, and the rest were brought out of business by the German state. And they were providing their Volkswagens to every German, but it was only because the alternative companies were no longer allowed to provide these cars. So you have to think about it, even if it's a very rough thing to think about. You have to think about what system is being created and what is the future of this system.
Well, it's fascist. You have your it's that merging of corporate and government power.
Yeah, that is a safe definition of fascism. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, there's different elements to it. You even see a little bit of communism this last time around here with this COVID. When they start telling you to shut your business down, that's not. We've crossed that extra line now. Now you're shutting down means of production, people's businesses, confiscating private property. It's a mixture of things. But that technique you're talking about, that's just fascist. That's what companies merge with and work with the government.
Yeah, but it's true, right? I mean, it's happening.
Yeah, no, it is. It's getting worse. You see the biggest companies getting ever bigger and pushing out, the smaller guys constantly. And
yeah,
the regulations never bother them because they're working with the government to make sure it works for them.
I see it now in healthcare too. Like as soon as this is going to happen too in healthcare, like you have a commercial guy like Bill Gates buying himself into the World Health Organization, right? Not even a national health organization, but the World Health Organization. And he buys himself, he becomes the biggest sponsor, becomes the big guy in charge. And there is certain vaccine makers and certain big pharma who are brought into the game, and they're trying to literally run things.
Well, it shows you can. Yeah, when you're the biggest. I saw that the other day. He's a bigger backer than the United States government for the WHO.
Oh yeah, he's the biggest backer now. I think the U.S. government.
One.
Yeah. And you see these super big investor companies like BlackRock. Was that the other one? Warren Buffett's one. I forgot, but that's one too.
Berkshire.
Those ones they're jumping all over it, and they're taking all that whole thing over. They're invested in the big vaccine makers, and those are the same people who are bought into the World Health Organization, who have the power now to make the political decisions, and they're literally making the political decisions in the World Health Organization, and literally they are invested in the companies that are going to carry it out, guaranteeing profit for themselves, literally.
Well, that's that vaccine model too. You have no liability, very low cost. I mean, it's a moneymaker.
Yeah.
Now, at the same time, how is it that if you're in a group of countries, how is it that certain individuals get to essentially take on the power of companies? You're talking about United Nations. This is countries that are organized here, not, oh, okay, Bill Gates, you tossed us a lot of money, so now you get a seat at the table. Well, since when? How does a guy like that even get to do all that?
Yeah.
By cooperating with the government.
Shady.
I think it just makes it visible that they actually can buy themselves into government, and that's the thing. Like when we talk about these corporations too, that we have the feeling like they're exchanging things with the government. They're buying themselves into it, and they're providing critical infrastructure too to the government. Like these internet companies, like Facebook and stuff, they're providing somewhat of a critical infrastructure to the government. In exchange for that, they're getting some political powers. Like, yeah, I think Alamo it is a sign of, at least a early warning sign of fascism. Maybe they're way ahead of what we think already.
Yeah, I mean the oligarch, the global oligarch. See, he gets a seat at the table since he coughs up enough money, and he can now tell everybody what to do. It's a great way for like the global kingship.
I don't think it's really that though, Alamo. I don't see it that way. I think it's because he controls a market share, and he's got so many people. Like same as Zuckerberg, Gates controls so much. Because Gates didn't just get a seat at the table; he got with 4 other people, and they developed Common Core. I mean, now you've got Google controlling the whole country, just remote learning from home for students. It's crazy. I mean, this is, you want to take over the world, you start with the young, right?
Yeah. Well, at the same time, but why does one individual, just because you're rich, why does that mean you get to throw money at something and tell everybody what to do?
Because what 7 out of 10 computers in the world got his Windows on it, and he's updating it.
Yeah, but governments used to act like governments. If some smart ass from some company told a government official some crap, they would just laugh at you and fuck you, throw you in jail. They didn't give a shit who you were. You were with the United States government. Now all of a sudden, it's like, oh, you're Bill Gates, and you're this like demigod of some type, and you're now working with the government. I mean, it's all changed. A good government person would not let a corporate person come in and take control. I mean, that's his job. I'm the guy that got elected. That's my job. It's not your job. You run your company. Get over there and run your company, but that's all you get to run. You don't get to come over here and tell us what to do.
That's been going on for a long time. Ever since the Industrial Revolution started, the steel companies were telling the government what to do, and even loaning them money. The Rockefellers and all the rest of these companies that they were running the country then. It was just, you didn't have all the media you got now. They were kind of behind the scenes more. They only put them out in a good light. They didn't expose the truth of what was going on. We didn't find that out until 75 years later.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there have been some examples of it.
I don't know. It's always been a class system in the United States, and it always will be. You've got the ruling class, and then you got, no middle class really anymore. They're kind of squeezing that out by, all this political stuff they're doing, and they're making everybody separate, and that's taking everybody down a class. The more people cooperate with each other, the higher that the class of people will go. And the more they can divide you, the lower the class economically and mentally and educational wise. They'll lower the standards. And they've been started that back, 30, 40 years ago. And they've done a pretty good job so far. These people they're winning.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah, and look at a guy like Elon Musk, for example. So you have this Elon Musk. He makes all these electric cars and stuff, and it all starts out shortly after the war in Afghanistan, where a lot of lithium was taken. Right, 3 trillion in lithium was secured in the Afghanistan mountains. Elon Musk, you see him rising up with his electric cars, and everyone starts driving them. But then he starts making rocket technology, and now his net worth before the whole COVID crisis was around 30 billion. It is 80 billion now in months' time. Now, to grow a network from 30 billion to 80 billion in months' time, that is almost impossible, right? I mean, you're talking about such huge amounts of money, and you're talking about behind the scenes. There are things going on. Like he makes the rocket technology is directly intertwined now with the military-industrial complex. Most of the rockets he makes are probably satellites and military equipment, and you're talking about people. They're being pushed up like with such a huge amount of money and such a huge amount of power that they're able to go anywhere in the world and create their factories and create their influence. And at some point you think like, yeah, that this is just not pure capitalism at work anymore. This is something else that is going on. And money is a tool for them. It's no longer like they need the actual income from the consumers. They're pushing them up. And something else is going on behind the scenes, and it is very difficult to get a grasp on it. It's scary, though.
Well, the whole space race, that's already capture the flag. That's plant your flag here, whatever. That's believe me, they're shooting up. Elon Musk. I think they set a record last week or the week before or something. They shot a rocket up, landed the booster back down, and they reused it in 3 days. But all this space stuff, everybody's excited. I see all these people, they're patriotic, we go NASA and everybody's applauding. They've been doing it since they started shooting rockets up. Everybody's all, thrilled with all these missions and everything. They don't really understand it. All this is it's business. All they want to do is they want the mining rights to wherever they land. That's all they want. They don't care. They're not going out there to save humanity or anything. They're going out there to make money. They're hoping to find some meteor that's solid gold or one that's full of diamonds or a whole planet of lithium. That's what they're doing. It's not nothing to, save us for anything or for our future.
Yeah.
No, Elon Musk was a smart businessman that fell into a good opportunity, but it's all for profit. There's no patriotic stuff there. They will, you think Hillary's ruthless? You can start messing with their money, and they won't even hear about you. I'm sure, but yeah, he's doing that 5G. They've been launching them for I don't know about 2 years now, a year and a half now, or something. They're launching every 3 weeks or 4 weeks. They're launching 60 of those Starlink satellites.
You're right. Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I think there's 1 or 2 going up this weekend. I think they got 2 or 3 launches this weekend going up. It's like it's constant barrage.
Yeah, it goes on and on. Yeah, many people are seeing them too. Like he had all these sudden UFO sightings. They're all thinking like, these are UFOs. No, this is Elon Musk launching another 60 satellites, right? Yeah, and a good businessman, perhaps, but at some point they are being artificially boosted, and he's going to cause a lot of damage to the USA too. I mean, there's going to be a lot of these trucks, these freight trucks. They're going to soon be all be automated. They're going to already be driving on the big roads, and it's going to be easy to manage for them. At some point, everything is going to be automated, but first there's a lot of truckers going to lose their job, and other AI things are going to replace a lot of people.
Yeah, the trucks are already running. They're already running in Arizona, California. They're already hauling freight. New Mexico, they're already been running for a couple of years now out west as far as the AI vehicles. And the trains are all AI now. Basically just about everything is. And
Amazon is doing the similar things.
It's crazy.
And Amazon is doing similar things with automated drone delivery, and everything in the factories becomes automated. This is what they're all just aiming at now. And I get it from a business perspective, like it costs less, but it is with such big corporations, it's going to have a serious effect.
Well, they're already saying here, it's been out. It's not anything new. That by the time you're in 6th grade, which is around 12 to 13 years old, that your job will already be selected for you. They'll already have selected just with the data that they've already captured. from now. I'm talking about from today, not in the future. But they'll already be able to select where you'll be able to go to college, what kind of job you'll be able to do, and pretty well, your whole credit history will determine, your life. They'll set that for you. It's kind of like what they're doing in China, and they're just a little bit ahead of us.
Yeah.
I think, going back to Elon, I think what Elon realized is that military industrial complex price gap and what he could make was better than, the car industry. Honestly, I mean, you get a government contract, especially, space. I mean, wouldn't say it's a license to steal, but pretty close.
Yeah.
They were paying Russia $400 and something million to take an astronaut to the space station for every time.
Yeah, and so I didn't really understand what they meant. Like, I saw like these interviews with Jeff Bezos, and I saw this interview with Elon Musk, and they were like kind of like so-called like fighting each other over space race stuff. And Elon was like, and then someone asks like, so Elon, Jeff Bezos is doing the same thing too, and he's also having a huge space endeavor. And then this Elon Musk literally replies with, Jeff who? Right? And I thought like, why is he saying this? Because he's the richest man in the world, and he's a serious competitor to you. But then after I saw Elon Musk going from $30 billion to $80 billion net worth in a matter of months, then I realized it doesn't even matter how much money these people have. If you can go up 50 billion in a few months, you don't care about money. Everything is fixed. This is just for the public. We have to believe that these are entrepreneurs making a lot of money by themselves. No, this is fixed. 50 billion in 3 months. You don't make this with your Tesla stuff.
Yeah.
It's impossible. This is fixed.
Sign a long-term contract.
Yeah, you're artificially boosting these people, and that Elon Musk, if this continues, this is going to be 500 billion in a year or two.
Oh, speaking
of, and they don't care.
I got a hack. This guy he was able to hack Tesla and get able to hack a whole fleet of them at the same time. Sorry, I didn't mean to ruin your mojo. Go ahead, talking.
No, it's interesting. Car hacking is so much more than hacking cars.
Yeah. Big Tesla hacker gained control over the entire fleet.
Right, well, there was that kid also. He made like stuff. He was influencing the Tesla systems. We got a lot of crap from it, because of it, from Elon Musk and friends. But yeah, forgot his name. It's that young guy. He hacked into the Tesla stuff too. I forgot his name.
Actually, there's quite a bit.
He was writing his own. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of them now hacking into it, but a lot of them are doing not only hacking. Now it's the whole CAN bus system is a wireless CAN bus system is flawed. But yeah, it's a whole thing now where people just dedicated to hacking Teslas.
Yeah, and how AI programmers will respond to it. They're saying like, oh, yeah, you're not actually hacking the actual AI, you're hacking the basic systems, like the basic security systems.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think that really matters. Like, as long as you gain control over it. Like, yeah. Oh yeah, Lucifer, you can say this on air. Like, yeah, there are richer people, the House of Saud, and of course, like the Rothschild family. they've been historically super rich, but they also collect other stuff than just money, right? They collect valuable paintings and gold and diamonds and things.
Yeah.
Real estate.
Real estate, yeah.
Yeah, but they're not even in the same market. You know, I mean, the Rothschilds and Bezos, I mean, he's like a bug on the wall. I mean, that family's got, I mean, he'll never dream of, you know, having anything like that. But that's the thing, is that the bankers and them, they control the world economy. So, I mean, they're still, you know, Bezos and Zuckerberg and all of them, they're still just players. They're not the biggest players. They're still just players in the game.
So who's the richest Europeans?
A guy in Germany, I can't remember his name right now.
Is that Juncker?
I think it is.
Okay, well, if we don't count the Rothschilds, because they're also in Europe, if we don't count them, then yeah, big industrialists, I guess. In Germany, there are some. But there are also many families who own like 10, 20 billion on paper. But you don't know what they have hidden in the ground. You don't know what's behind the scenes. This is all what is the public money. So, yeah. They use offshore setups and stuff. And, yeah.
Well, it's not. You know, I wasn't. You know, putting that in there to, you know, say that, you know, Bezos and them didn't have anything. I'm just saying they're not the major players. So, I mean, there's still people, you know, that are ungodly more rich than them, you know, around that, you know, but they're families. They're not individuals. You know, it's just like we were saying, the Waltons that own Walmart. You know, I mean, these people are all major players in whatever they play in. But, you know, I mean, you've got the big people controlling the big stuff. You know, and those are the ones that are controlling the governments that are making these people, you know, allowing these people to do other things.
Yeah, you also have Asian investor groups. You shouldn't rule those people out. You have, like, for example, we always give like the George Soros example. Now, George Soros pushes easily like 5 billion into something. And the investment fund he works with pushes 500 billion. That's the influence on a market a guy like that has, which is a lot. I mean, 500 billion throws a country like Belgium or a country like Sweden completely down. But there are Chinese investment groups. They have a capacity of 5 trillion or more, and they push 10 times the amount of a person like George Soros can push. Now, of course, people like Soros also have friends, and there's other investment groups. They probably join in big investment rallies, but there are big investment groups in Asia too. Shouldn't rule those out. I mean, and then the Arab world, yeah.
No, they're big. Yeah, there's giant ones in Asia. There's giant ones all over the world, and you know they control. I'm just saying those are the kingmakers. So those are the ones that decide who's going to run governments, and it doesn't matter if it's communist or capitalist or whatever. They still, you know, they're the players that really control the economy of the world. You know, that everybody else lives in. So, you know, those are the people, and you don't even know their names, most of them. You know, I mean, they're just people, you know, that live so obscure, you know, but yeah, Bezos and them, yeah, they hold a lot of power, but they're not kingmakers.
No, if you talk about the House of Saud, the richer Arab families, they also have political power, right? They have the country working for them, and that pretty much throws away the entire thing of personal net worth. You have an entire country working for you if you want to, and you're talking about thousands and thousands of billions, of course. Like, how much does a country like Saudi Arabia make? You're talking about thousands of billions a year, right? Yeah.
So wouldn't it really come down to that these, say, 50 groups, just say the 50 richest groups in the world, that they really control everything and everything else is just what they allow you to have? You know, I mean, you know, it's more like an illusion that they actually create what money's worth, what it's not worth in every part of the world.
Yeah, not sure, but like even a guy like Kim Jong Un, right? If you say like, yeah, okay, he's just a dictator in the country, but he is in control of an entire country, and it's a pretty big country, North Korea. I mean, it's bigger than most European countries, I think. And you have complete control over an area like that. Now, if you say like the Rothschild family, for example, you buy real estate, right? Or the Waltons or something, you buy real estate. How much does this real estate cost? And you easily pay a few $1,000,000 for some real estate in a street, right? But imagine the real estate value of an entire country like North Korea. Imagine how much that is in value, in like pure real estate value, like an area that size. And I think you're talking about 10,000s of billions, maybe 100,000s of billions in pure real estate value. If you would utilize it like New York City center, casino value in New York City. Like, if it would be utilized like that, and a good investor would buy the entire thing, North Korea, and would put all these casinos up, like in New York City. Imagine what the value will be of that real estate. Like, this true power is also political, maybe, or control.
Oh, and so it's definitely control. I mean, North Korea is not that wealthy, though. I mean, they'd send half their people out and force them to work like in Africa and Russia and all this, and never pay them when they get money. You know, they got tens of thousands of people that they farm out to other countries to work, and they stiff them and don't pay them and bring them back to North Korea. You know, what can you do? You can't bitch at them too much. They'll take you out back and shoot you and then charge your family 39 cents for the bullet, you know?
Yeah, I'm just calculating pure square miles, right? What's the value of something? Like, I'm thinking like, okay, so Iraq is conquered. You're talking about all this pure square miles around these rivers in Iraq, and all undeveloped land now. But maybe 50 years from now, there will be all these big palaces and villas of the rich. And you're talking about real estate that's valued at maybe a few $1,000s now for an area that will be valued at tens of millions in 50 years from now, if you would develop it right. And I think like it's pure money going to the side, and it's at that point. They know what they're doing.
That's basically what Disney did when they moved to, build their little Walt Disney World. You know, they bought property. They didn't pay hardly anything for it. I'm not going to get into the detail. I know every detail about that, but I actually bought it from a family that I know of. And, now property next to it is $1 million for a half acre, just to build a house on. You haven't even built anything yet. You're just paying $1 million for a half acre that was all just orange groves 35 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, property is the most valuable thing. I mean, that's, and it's really sad the way we're treating it, because a lot of these countries are treating it as disposable, much all the waste we've got. And it's sad, but that's where the true power is. You're right about controlling the whole country. You got millions of people that'll do anything you tell them to do because you control them, and I think that's what all the countries are trying to do, because that's why they're tightening up on, they've got everybody trained right now with COVID to where they snap their fingers, everybody goes home, puts a mask on and watches TV for a week. I mean, it's all about control.
Yeah, and property is also something that's limited in the world. Like, there's a limited amount of property, unless we all start digging ourselves in from miles and miles into the ground. It's pretty limited. But I also talk about natural resources. Like, we take natural resources from only a few miles into the ground, but imagine going much deeper, and there will be technologies capable of doing that in the near future, and it will shift some powers too. Power will go to other people having control over certain areas, and they might be already aware of that. I'm not sure.
That's the space race, the natural resources. That's what they're looking for. They're trying to spread that out because they exploited. You know, it's like Europe. When they started expanding Europe, they depleted a lot of the natural resources. Why they found America. You know, that's why they were sailing halfway everywhere and trying to trade with China. You know, they find different territories and stuff. But that, you know, it is all about control. But land is really the main thing. You're right. But, you know, I don't know. You know, I just get to where the governments now are, it's getting totalitarian and it's all coming down. And I think the internet's just made it a whole lot faster. And I think it's put things on steroids because the government didn't really realize what they had until it, you know, years after it started.
Yeah. Now they're attempting to put the dirty hands around it, trying to get everything, centralize everything. That's what they're trying. Clouds are giving them a little advantage, but I don't think they'll ever be able to do it in the end. But yeah, you're right. They didn't realize what.
You can look at the clouds and the internet as real estate. I mean, it's not tangible, but I mean, it's just as valuable. It's actually probably more valuable than any other, you know, real estate on the market right now. And whoever controls it wins the whole game.
Yeah. Tyler,
Yeah, I'm here.
did we cover all the subjects? Oh, we have a lot.
Did we?
With Kenosha. We didn't cover the Belarus protests, I think, or did we?
Yeah, we did. We did.
Okay. Oh yeah, and about Julian Assange, yeah, he doesn't look healthy according to his girlfriend. Stuck in Belmarsh prison. Like, total insanity, of course, the Assange situation. Should probably mention it again.
They getting ready to extradite him soon?
Don't know. They think soon.
Yeah. Yeah, so the weird thing is there was this whole extradition request, right? And that the 7th of September would be the big court case, extradition lawsuit. Then they suddenly cancel the extradition request and they deliver an entirely new extradition request, which isn't even different from the old one, has a few more details, but for the rest it's pretty much the same thing. And so the lawyers, and also the media on Assange side, everyone thinks this is just a delay tactic to make sure that the thing happens after the elections because it can hurt Trump. Or yeah, so but the weird thing is it's going to be at the exact same date, which I think is legally impossible in the UK system technically, but everything seems to be possible in 2020, so it just goes on. But no, it would have been legally impossible because, simply said, you're dropping the old case, you're creating a new case, so there has to be new dates. There has to be an entirely new lawsuit. There has to actually be a new judge too, because they would be randomly assigned to a case. But everything seems to be going on like planned. And the Assange defense had only a week to decide if they would continue with it at the exact same date or if they would ask for a delay. I think they actually are going on with it, meaning they have to prepare his defense, and they didn't even have a chance to speak with Assange yet. Literally. They're doing Assange defense and they can't speak to Assange. He has access to a laptop. Assange has access to a laptop, but all the keys are glued down. Literally. He can't even have a text editor on his own laptop. All the keys are glued down. Imagine that. It's almost like a sadistic thing to do. I think it is a sadistic thing to do.
I mean, that's a little beyond sadistic to him.
Yeah. You're giving a guy a laptop with the keys glued down. He can't speak to his lawyers. He can't do anything to prepare his defense. If only he could type on his laptop, he could prepare his own defense. He would be perfectly capable of it, and he would get out of this whole thing, this isolation thing. And yeah, this is pure sadism. Yeah, I think so too. And almost like I was discussing this with this German lawyer, and he said also he agreed with it that this is almost like they assume they're going to lose the whole case, and this is just this is already the punishment. This is already the scare tactic, the punishment, and everything, to show other journalists like, okay, so you're innocent. We can do this to you when we want it. So you better shut up right now. Something like that.
They're definitely trying to make a statement for sure. I mean, they've made a very good one. Like, that's why, I was saying earlier, there's no way in the world they could have let him out for this election cycle, because after the 2016 elections, there was so much damage caused by them DNC emails. There was no way they're going to let him go, because people still now it's made all the people that even leak stuff afraid, because I don't know, they're trying to make examples out of everybody.
Yeah. And of course, it's a more powerful scare tactic to have an innocent man be treated like this. Now, let's say he would be guilty in the end of like doing like espionage and stuff, and other journalists will think like, okay, I didn't do espionage, so I'm safe, right? But if you treat an innocent man like this, then it is a pure scare tactic, because every journalist will think like, I'm innocent too, I can also be facing the same thing. And there's a psychology behind it is interesting.
Yeah, and the psychology gets scarier when you find out how many countries are involved. That's the real scary part.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Now I've heard.
I think they're going to have to let him go. They'll probably let him go next year. I'm sure that the charges will be dropped, and I don't know how. Out of everything that happened, that Trump turned against him so rapidly, real quick, and that had to be driven by the Clintons, because he basically helped get Trump elected. I don't know why he'd turn on him like that, and want to prosecute him, but they haven't really. I don't think they're pushing the issue that hard to get him back. I think they just want him out of commission for this election cycle, basically. And I think sometime early next year, we'll probably see him, the charges dropped or dismissed or something, and hopefully they'll let him go.
Maybe. Yeah, well, I can see the charges being dropped. I mean, he's an innocent man, and he didn't do anything wrong. And as a publisher, you're not responsible for releasing valid content that is like literally this is real content. It's a journalistic job to publish facts. WikiLeaks wasn't alone with this. I mean, all these media covered it too. I mean, The Guardian, even the New York Times and stuff, they all covered certain articles from it, and they would be also involved with it. And technically, it would be like, if you argue this is like an espionage organization or a criminal organization, then these outlets were all involved with it, but they're not being charged in any way. They're not being arrested. So that doesn't make sense at all. And like you're saying, it's probably a delayed thing to don't have him mess too much with the elections. Keep him locked up till after the elections, and then probably we'll see him being released in some way. But that was weird. Biden would be elected, and it would. He called him a cyber terrorist, and cyber terrorist. Yeah, we know what the American Army does with so-called terrorists. So, yeah. And Trump, he pretty much also switched against WikiLeaks, right? So. if he was ever in favor of it and wasn't just using it, I guess.
Well, you know, the thing about Trump is there's
2016. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
oh, you know, the thing about Trump is there's so many people that were around him, helping him at 16, that got thrown under the bus or had legal problems. I mean, I've never, I don't recall seeing that before, you know, where like the team of guys that got you in there, you know, has that much trouble. You know, he really will throw you under the bus. When he's done with you, he throws you under the bus. That's kind of what I see him with Assange as well. There's that similar pattern there. Needed him for the election, but after that, nah, whatever. Care less about Hillary, care less about the email. Hillary is a fine person now. I think that was his last way of blowing the whole thing off. Known her a long time, and she's a fine person.
No, those families have always been friends. The Clintons and the Trumps have always been. But anybody that doesn't think that they're close friends is crazy. But yeah, he did tout Assange. I mean, the minute those DNC emails were leaked, Assange was the best thing ever invented. Then all of a sudden, after he got elected, I don't know what it was. Somebody, I don't know, maybe Hillary had threatened him or something. I don't know. But he turned around and started, you know, wanting to prosecute Assange. And that shocked me. I was like, man, this guy probably got you elected.
Yeah, that was essentially his DOJ doing it. I mean, you can't really blame that on Obama. I mean, he's been gone a long time. If you wanted to change the plan, you surely had enough time.
No, he just like turned around and just stabbed him right in the back. You know, and that was, you know, it was, you know, it was a big surprise for sure. I figured he'd be the one that want to grant asylum to him or something. But the rest of all these governments that have been holding, the Swiss government, the UK, they're all complicit in this too. You know, so it's not just one, the United States, it's the bad actor here. You know, I mean, they've been terrorizing Julian since 2011. And, you know, I mean, it's sad.
Yeah, they really sidestepped all their international duties, and they give you asylum and then they take it away. You know, it's supposed to be something you get, and then, you know, you don't take it away from somebody after you give it to them, but only Julian Assange, you know, it's new rules. Hold them without a warrant and hold them without charges.
Yeah, it's true. Like holding people without charges. Like, how can you even do this?
They're showing you.
Yeah, it doesn't even look good. Like for the UK, like you have the whole Brexit thing, and you're saying like, okay, we're leaving the EU because we're so unhappy with the EU and everything. And now we're Brexit, we're being independent, and this is how we treat our the people we arrest now. This is how we treat our incarcerated. Like, yeah, can't do all of this.
Yeah, why would the English be so pissed off? See the Americans, it seems like they dumped most of the stuff, you know, was, you know, on us, Iraq war. But well, why do the English have such a hard on for them?
Yeah, they shouldn't. I mean, what did he even do against the English?
Yeah, what did he expose that was, you know, hurt England so bad?
Yeah, okay. Well, the UK was involved with the Iraq war too. Yeah, but what other NATO country wasn't? Yeah.
But I don't remember
the
hearing
UK
much
leaves.
about
I'm just saying, if the UK leaves the EU, they're going to depend on the United States a whole lot more because they are the biggest trading partner with them, and financially they're going to really depend on like Trump's policies or whoever's elected.
Well, they seem to have it figured out where they're going to actually make money leaving the EU. It's going to be minus all the tax, the laws and duties and all this stuff, and they just trade with somebody else. We don't have that overhead. Be like a 6% boost just getting rid of the EU overhead. Especially when you're one of these countries that has to pay in more than you get out.
Well, that's why, I think UK's biggest trading partner outside of the EU is the United States. And, if they're out of the EU, they're going to be dependent a lot more on the United States. So I think that's basically why they're bending their will so much as far as holding Julian, is that, I don't know. I think all the governments over there, once that Brexit went through, it kind of changed things a little bit, because the UK always stood strong on their own, but now I don't know. They're like caught between two worlds, I think. And Assange is a big slice. I mean, he's a big trade. That's a valuable commodity to have. When you're trying to negotiate with the U.S. right now, and that it sucks.
Whatever happened with I haven't heard much from like the crew that was surrounding him there for a while. Anything going on behind the scenes?
You mean with Assange?
Yeah.
No, well, no. The lawyers are just preparing now. There are a lot of protests being organized. Like on the 5th are announced protesting in the UK, and the 7th there is also going to be mass protests, of course. Oh yeah, there is another thing, and that is there seem to be problems with getting a live stream out from the courthouse. It seems that the courthouse is deliberately making problems again, so people can't actually distribute the stream, and they are technically forced to do that. I mean, they do it for other cases too, and they should do it for this case too. A lot of journalists are angry about it and saying like the court needs to provide a live stream for all journalists. There has to be, so if people want to help with that, you have to push the UK judge responsible for this. The courthouse is called the Old Bailey Courthouse. I think this is the main criminal court in London. You have to push them to provide a live stream to all journalists for this court case. And that's very important because a lot of journalists want to cover this, and a lot of alternative journalists want to cover this, and they are not getting access right now to it. For the rest, yeah, probably they're not going to let anyone in again. He is going to appear on the 7th. At least that is what is expected if he is in good medical health. Yes. Last time he appeared, this is a week or two ago. He didn't appear in person, but he was on audio. He was in bad shape. You could hear screaming people around him, literally. Like, screaming people on audio. And his lawyers have been so far unable to even have conversations with him to prepare his defense. Which is the worst story ever.
Yeah, I think it blows out the Bill of Rights and every other thing passed by the governments. But I said it's a special case. I don't. Nobody can figure it out. So I don't know.
Okay, I just read in the chat. Apparently, there is going to be some sort of live stream now. It was mentioned by this guy Kevin Gastola. You can find him on Twitter, Kevin Gastola. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that is the managing editor of shadowproof.com. It's also a weekly podcast. Okay, and he says this morning, this is 17 hours ago, Kevin Gastola says, this morning I was relieved to finally find an email from a UK Ministry of Justice manager instructing me on how to request a ticket to a cloud video platform, which would satisfy my request to the court so I can cover the Assange extradition hearing in September. So apparently at least he got access now. So there is something going on. I know there's a lot of journalists who are pushing pressure to against the court to do this. So I'm hoping that this will actually be a working stream and not to something so-called technically going wrong, right?
Yeah, it'd be great if they could get a whole bunch of people. The more the better. You know, I mean, there's been too much secrecy in this stuff.
Is there anything else on the list here? Let's see. Did y'all go over Steve Bannon?
I don't think anybody's mentioned it yet. Yeah, that was kind of funny. I think he's another one that got thrown under the bus, didn't he?
Seems like it in a way. You know, but he's shady too. I mean, isn't he doing something in Europe? Here lately, what was that? Stirred up some trouble over there.
Oh, I'm back. Sorry about that.
You know much about Steve Bannon, Tyler? What he's so much trouble about?
Oh God, why does that name ring a bell? I only have like 3 or 4 minutes left. Steve Bannon. It rings a bell. Hold on. It's not a good sign. It's ringing.
Yeah.
He's the
Yeah, they just
executive
arrested.
director. Oh, yeah, former chairman of Breitbart, and he was the White House chief strategist.
Yeah, but they just arrested him
Oh.
for the Build the Wall project.
There you go.
He
That was it.
collected millions of dollars in embezzled
Oh
money. Or
no, that was another guy. God, they didn't arrest. He might have been linked to it, but there was another guy.
They went and arrested Bannon off of some Chinese billionaire's $25 million yacht off the coast of Maine or something.
No, it was that guy, the ex-Navy guy or the Army guy who was an ex-veteran who was gonna give the $25 million to his that he had raised for the wall and then ended up spending it all. You remember that? Kruger or something?
Yeah, but this was just a couple days ago. They went and arrested Steve Bannon off of some billionaire Chinese industrialist yacht off the coast of Maine or something for the Build the Wall project because they were collecting up all that money. And they're saying that he used a lot of the money to pay his personal bills, buy cars, buy all sorts of stuff, travel, and do a bunch of other stuff. But they did arrest some other people too.
Yeah, they arrested that army guy. Yeah, their spokesman. Yeah. What the fuck? Well,
But before that, he had kind of split from the White House and was doing something over in Europe. There was some initiative over there that he got a little bit of trouble over, some conflict, and damn it, I can remember exactly what it was. It's not good, man. He's shady.
Brian Kolfage was arrested too. Yeah, that guy was spending the money too.
Who's he tied with?
He was like their spokesman. He was just like some army guy. Ex-army. Or ex-military. With a MAGA hat. And he was really ballsy. After he lost the GoFundMe, he opened up another one on another site and was arrested the next day.
Well, I remember that he was out there when Bannon, this was a long time ago. I don't even remember when, a year or two ago, when he was starting this, he was out there saying something about if the people won't let him, we'll build it ourselves or something. And
Yeah,
they were out there promising that every penny would go to the wall and nothing would be taken out of it.
I know that's like bullshit. I don't think the government can take donations. I don't know.
No, they formed a 503c or whatever, non-profit that accepted donations, and they were saying that they would spend every penny. They had advertisements, and they were saying that they'd spend every penny to build part of the wall.
Yeah.
I think they had a guy that was like lost like 2 or 3 limbs or something. That was from Iraq or Afghanistan that was in there with him. He was an innocent part of this all, from what I understood. But Bannon and the other guys were siphoning off money to buy cars and all sorts of travel and paying their houses off and paying bills and crap. But yeah, Bannon definitely got, he went from chief of staff all the way down to where now I guess he pleaded not guilty to it, though.
You think for all the money that guy's got, he could get a haircut, dress a little nicer?
Yeah.
Maybe he'll go out and hang out with John McAfee for a while.
So guys, we have like 1 minute.
All right.
I saw the other day where McAfee was unendorsing that cryptocurrency he was endorsing for some reason.
Well, he's just welching trying to get out of his bet. That's what it is.
I don't know. Every time you turn on Twitter, you never know what's going to pop up with him saying it. It's crazy.
All right, I'll have to say the anonymous PSA, and that is to make sure you spay and neuter all your politicians.
Here we go.
I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly. assembled. Try